Ryan had grown up in the shadow of the cabin, a place as old as his family. For generations, it had stood alone at the edge of the forest, an isolated structure with an air of mystery about it. The cabin wasn't just a retreat, it was a sanctuary and a battleground, a place where legends took shape and nightmares became real. Ryan's father had been the first to teach him about the Skinwalkers. He had spoken of them in hushed tones, as though even saying their name could summon them. As a child, Ryan hadn't understood the weight of his father's warnings, but as he grew older, the truth became undeniable. His father's stories weren't simply old folklore, they were survival manuals. Ryan had witnessed things no child should ever see. The shadow of a wolf-like creature moving unnaturally fast through the trees, the distant howls that echoed in his nightmares, and the scratches on the cabin door that would appear overnight, sharp as claws. The lessons his father taught him were brutal but necessary. The Skinwalker, or Yinald as it was known in Navajo folklore, was a witch capable of taking the form of any animal, or even human, to manipulate and hunt its prey. They were cunning, merciless, and relentless, and the most dangerous ones were the ones that had learned to toy with their victims before striking. Now, as Ryan stood at the door of the same cabin, the eerie chill of the woods surrounding him, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his father's absence. His father had died many years ago, leaving Ryan with the heavy burden of knowledge. He was the protector now, the one who understood the dark forces lurking in the woods. But Ryan couldn't protect everyone. Mark and Lily had come for a weekend getaway, blissfully unaware of the horrors that lay in wait. They were here to escape the pressures of their busy lives, not to face an ancient evil that had stalked Ryan's family for decades. Ryan had tried to warn them, tried to prepare them, but as always, the lure of the unknown proved stronger than reason. Remembered the horrors it had witnessed. Ryan stood on the porch, eyes scanning the darkening forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, but there was something else beneath it, something sharper, more acrid, like the tang of iron in the air before a storm. Lily and Mark had settled in for the night, blissfully unaware of the weight that hung in the air. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. Ryan watched them from the corner of the room, his mind racing through the details of everything he had learned, everything he had survived. The Skinwalker was out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for its chance. His father's words echoed in his mind. The Skinwalker watches, it studies, it learns, it knows your fears, your desires, and it will use them against you. Do you ever get used to this place? Lily asked, breaking the silence. She had settled into the armchair, a book in her hands, but her eyes kept darting nervously to the window, as though she felt the same unease Ryan did. Ryan shook his head, his voice grim. Number it never gets easier. As the night deepened, the sounds of the forest seemed to grow louder. The wind whistled through the trees, the occasional snap of a branch in the distance sending a jolt of tension through the room. But it wasn't the wind that kept Ryan on edge. It was the silence that followed, a suffocating, unnatural stillness that made his skin crawl. Suddenly, a sharp, scratching noise echoed through the walls of the cabin. Ryan froze, his body going tense. It was faint at first, almost like the sound of an animal's claws dragging across the wood, but it was persistent, growing louder with each passing second. Mark looked up from his drink. What the hell is that? Ryan's hand instinctively went to the rifle resting by the fireplace. Stay inside. Don't go near the windows. Lily's face went pale. Ryan, what's happening? Before he could answer, the scratching stopped. And then came the growl, low and guttural, the kind of sound that rumbled deep in the chest, like a beast calling from the very depths of the earth. The creature had been watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. Ryan knew this. He had felt it in the pit of his stomach the moment they arrived. The Skinwalker had marked the cabin years ago, its claw marks etched into the wood of the door, the scratches unmistakable in their pattern. Ryan's father had taught him that the marks were a warning. You are being hunted. Mark didn't take Ryan seriously at first. Come on, man. It's just some wild animal. Probably a bear or something. Ryan's face hardened. Number, it's not. And it's not just one animal. It can be anything. A loud bang echoed from the window. The glass rattled in its frame as something slammed against it, the sound of claws scrabbling at the wood unmistakable. Lily gasped and scrambled back, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. Ryan sprang into action. He slammed the window shut, locking it tight. Get away from the windows. Now. The creature didn't give up easily. It was testing them, pushing against their defenses. Ryan had seen this before, but it didn't make it any less terrifying. The Skinwalker was playing a game, learning, adapting, and waiting for them to make a mistake. I need to show you something, Ryan said, his voice low and urgent. He motioned for Mark and Lily to follow him into the small storage room at the back of the cabin. Inside, there were old tools, crates of canned food, and the remnants of past winters. But there was one thing that stood out above all else. A series of old photographs, faded with age. These are from when I was a kid, Ryan explained, his fingers tracing over the photos. My father used to take me out here every year. We hunted together, not just for sport, but for survival. These photos, these are the marks the Skinwalker left on the cabin. Lily stepped closer, peering at the images. What are those? Ryan's jaw tightened. Claw marks, scratches from the Skinwalker. It used to torment us, leaving its mark every time it came. It's been coming back for years. It's coming. He had seen it before. The way the air grew thick with tension. The way every sound in the woods seemed to grow distorted. There was a shift in the atmosphere, an unnatural stillness that crept into the cabin. The growling had stopped, but something far worse was creeping in. Silence. The kind of silence that made your skin crawl. Ryan had warned them, but Mark and Lily still couldn't fully comprehend the terror they were facing. They had only heard stories of Skinwalkers, but Ryan knew firsthand the horror that lurked beyond the walls of this cabin. You need to listen, Ryan said, his voice cutting through the tension. The Skinwalker isn't just a creature, it's a predator. It wants to learn about us, test us, see how we react under pressure. Mark looked at him with confusion. What do you mean, test us? Ryan took a deep breath. It's trying to figure out our weaknesses. It watches us, learns our fears. It can take any form, and it will use that to manipulate us, to confuse us, to make us make mistakes. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the cabin door, followed by a scratching sound that sent a chill down their spines. Ryan motioned for them to stay silent, his finger to his lips. The cabin door shook again, the creature's claws scraping against the wood, testing its strength. It wanted them to open it. It wanted to see if they were foolish enough to fall for its game. Mark's face was pale, his breathing shallow. What do we do? Ryan's eyes darted around the room, assessing their options. There were no easy answers. The cabin wasn't well armed and they were vulnerable. But Ryan had survived this before. His father had taught him well. Do you remember what I said? Ryan's voice was firm. Stay away from the windows. Don't make a sound. And whatever happens, don't go outside. You're safe in here. For now. Lily was trembling, her eyes wide with fear. But Ryan, what if it gets inside? Ryan swallowed, his hand gripping the rifle in his lap. If it gets inside, we'll need to fight. And I'll show you how. As the night pressed on, the scratching continued, growing louder, more frantic. Ryan sat quietly by the fire, his eyes closed, as if trying to center himself. But his mind was elsewhere, back to when he was a child, sitting by the fire in this very cabin, his father beside him, telling stories of the Skinwalker. "There are ways to survive," his father had said, "but you must never underestimate it. It will change its form. It will pretend to be someone you know. Don't fall for it. It can make you believe it's someone you trust." Ryan had learned this lesson the hard way. He could still remember the night they had been trapped in the cabin, his father, gun in hand, whispering for him to stay quiet. A howl had echoed through the woods, and Ryan had instinctively looked out the window. That was when he had seen it, the shape. It had been his mother, or so it seemed. Her face had been distorted, twisted, like it had been stretched too far. She had looked right at Ryan, her eyes wide with something dark, and she had called his name in a voice that was unmistakably hers. Ryan had nearly gone to the door, but his father had stopped him, pulling him back with a firm grip. "Don't listen to it," his father had warned. "It's trying to lure you out. It's not her." Ryan had never seen his father act that way. His face had been pale, his voice shaken. It wasn't until later that Ryan learned the truth. The Skinwalker had been hunting them that night, pretending to be his mother in order to get Ryan to open the door. They had survived only because his father had known how to resist the creature's tricks. Ryan's mind snapped back to the present. He glanced at Mark and Lily, who were sitting stiffly in the corner, still processing what he had told them. They had no idea how close they were to the edge. The Skinwalker wasn't just a creature that wanted to kill. It wanted to test them, to break them, to see how far it could push them before they made a fatal mistake. "Ryan," Lily whispered, her voice trembling. "What if it's already inside?" Ryan froze. His heart skipped a beat. The silence was unbearable now, and the weight of the question hung in the air. Was it already inside? Ryan knew the Skinwalker could enter the cabin in more ways than one. If it were to break in, it wouldn't just attack. It would play with them, twisting their fears into something unrecognizable. And that's what made it so dangerous. It wasn't just the strength of the creature. It was its intelligence. He needed to prepare them. "There are 3 things you need to know," Ryan said, his voice steady. 1, do not trust anything you see or hear. It will try to deceive you. 2, it can use its shape-shifting to get close. If you see something that shouldn't be there, don't approach it. He paused, letting the words sink in. And 3, fire is our best defense. If we have to fight, we use fire. Mark and Lily exchanged nervous glances, but they nodded. They had no choice but to trust Ryan, even if they didn't fully understand the gravity of the situation. Ryan rose from his seat and moved to the fireplace. He began rummaging through the supplies, finding anything he could use. He grabbed a few old rags and a bottle of alcohol from the shelf. "We're going to make some makeshift Molotovs," he said, holding up the bottle. "If it comes to that, we'll use these to drive it back." As he worked, Ryan couldn't help but feel the weight of the past pressing down on him. This wasn't just a fight for survival. It was a battle to keep the legacy of his family intact. His father's teachings, the lessons learned through blood and fear, they were all he had left. And now they would need them more than ever. The wind outside howled as the creature circled the cabin. Ryan stood by the window watching through the cracks in the boarded-up walls, his breath shallow and his heart pounding in his chest. The Skinwalker was out there, but it wasn't just stalking. It was waiting for them to make the next move. And Ryan knew all too well that it was learning, adapting, studying their every move. Mark was pacing, his face pale and eyes wide with panic. "It's getting worse, Ryan. What do we do?" Ryan's voice was low, firm. "We wait. We don't let it know we're afraid. We wait for the right moment." Lily, sitting on the floor with her arms wrapped around her knees, looked up at Ryan. "But it's been hours. What if it's already inside?" Ryan swallowed hard, his mind racing. They had done everything right so far, barred the windows, blocked the doors, and kept quiet. The Skinwalker was testing them, but it hadn't come through. Not yet. but he knew they couldn't last forever in the cabin. They had to escape. But what they didn't know was that their plan to flee would be more complicated than they realized. "We have to leave," Ryan said abruptly, his voice filled with resolve. "We've waited too long. We're not safe here anymore. We need to run." Mark looked at him with disbelief. "Leave? Out there? Are you crazy?" Ryan's jaw tightened. He'd seen what the Skinwalker was capable of. It had been toying with them, yes, but it was also testing them, pushing them toward a breaking point. He had no intention of letting that happen, but what was coming now, what he was about to ask them to do, was something even he had never faced before. "There's no time to argue," Ryan insisted. "We're closer to the truck now. We get there, we make a run for it, and we'll head back to civilization." But the moment Ryan opened the door and stepped into the darkness, his heart sank. The truck was sitting at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the cabin, but it was no longer their salvation. Its tires had been slashed. The front end was dented, and the engine hood was cracked open as though something had pried it apart. It was useless, and their phones, useless in the wilderness, were now their only connection to the outside world. Ryan's stomach dropped. It was a deliberate move by the Skinwalker, severing their only means of escape. "This can't be happening," Mark muttered, his voice cracking with panic. Ryan ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. He knew they weren't safe. The Skinwalker could still be watching them, but the only real option they had now was to walk, and even that was fraught with danger. "There's no way around it," Ryan said, voice tight. "The truck needs a tow. It'll take days to get any help, and we're too far out. We can't afford to wait." Lily's eyes were wide with fear, but there was no time to indulge in that fear. They had to think, and think fast. "We're the same distance away if we hike by foot," Ryan continued, "and the creature's too clever to let us just slip away. Our only chance is to make it to the nearest ranger station, and we'll have to do that on foot." Mark's face drained of color. "We'll be dead before we get halfway there." Ryan grabbed him by the shoulders, his grip firm. "Not if we stay smart, not if we don't give it what it wants." Lily glanced nervously at the tree line. "How do we fight something like that?" "We can't fight it," Ryan said softly, "but we can survive it. Stick together. Follow my lead. And don't let it break you." They set out, the air growing colder as they left the cabin behind. The woods stretched before them like a vast, silent maze, the trees standing like sentinels in the dark. Every step felt heavier than the last as the weight of the situation began to sink in. Ryan led the way, rifle in hand, his senses alert. Behind him, Mark and Lily struggled to keep up, but Ryan could hear the nervous shuffle of their feet, the crackling of branches beneath their weight. It was too quiet. The silence in the forest was suffocating. The usual sounds of nocturnal creatures were absent, as though everything was holding its breath. But Ryan knew the truth. They weren't alone. Then, there was a snap. Ryan's heart skipped a beat as a shadow darted across his path. His pulse quickened. He didn't look back but knew they weren't alone anymore. The Skinwalker was close, stalking them, waiting for them to make a mistake. "It's not far to the ridge," Ryan muttered. "Once we're there, we'll have a better chance of seeing what we're dealing with." Mark let out a strained laugh. "What exactly are we dealing with, Ryan?" Ryan's eyes narrowed as he kept moving forward. "We're dealing with something smarter than we are. It knows what we're capable of, and it wants us to fail. It's testing us." Lily's breath hitched. "Testing us how?" Ryan didn't answer right away, his gaze scanning the dark woods around them. It was hard to pinpoint the Skinwalker's exact location now. He could feel it, though, a subtle shift in the air, the feeling that something was out there, watching, listening. Then, without warning, a figure darted out of the trees ahead of them. A man, or something that looked like a man. But there was something wrong with the way it moved. Its limbs were elongated, twisted. and its eyes, those yellow eyes, pierced the night like twin lanterns. Ryan raised the rifle, but the Skinwalker vanished into the darkness before he could fire. "We're not getting away from it," Ryan whispered to himself. It was too clever, too fast. They were still trapped. As the night dragged on, Ryan led Mark and Lily through the dense forest. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, casting little light, and every creaking branch and rustling leaf seemed to carry the weight of their fear. The Skinwalker was toying with them, staying out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. But what they didn't know was that the creature had already decided how it would end. It wasn't just chasing them, it was setting them up for a final confrontation. They reached the ridge, and Ryan looked out over the valley below. They weren't far from the ranger station, but every step they took toward it seemed to grow more difficult. Mark was barely holding it together. "Ryan, we can't outrun it. We're not going to make it." "We have to try," Ryan replied, trying to steady his breath. He kept the rifle aimed outward, eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. But it wasn't movement that caught his attention first. It was the sound. A soft, mocking laugh echoed through the trees. It was a human laugh, but wrong, distorted, like it was trying to mimic the sound, but failing. The Skinwalker was playing with them, and then it stepped out from the shadows. For the first time, Ryan saw it fully. Its human form was barely recognizable. The skin was stretched tight, almost translucent, and it wore the face of a man, but it wasn't quite right. The skin warped and rippled, and its eyes gleamed in the dark. It was waiting. Ryan steadied himself, the rifle trembling in his hands. He hadn't prepared for this intelligence, this trickery. The creature knew exactly what it was doing. It wasn't hunting them out of hunger. It was hunting them to see if they could survive. And in the distance, just beyond the trees, Ryan saw the thing that terrified him most. The way it stood there, unblinking, waiting for them to make a mistake. It wasn't just a creature anymore. It was a force. Ryan grabbed Mark and Lily by the arms. "We're not fighting it. We're running." The Skinwalker's laugh echoed one last time. Ethan Monroe had been hiking for hours, his boots crunching against the dense undergrowth. His pack was heavier than usual, weighed down by supplies for an extended stay in the wilderness. A rifle rested comfortably against his back, and a pouch of white ash, an old Navajo remedy, hung at his belt. The forest stretched before him like a living, breathing entity, the trees towering above, their gnarled branches twisting toward the sky in an ancient dance. Ethan felt both a thrill and a sense of dread in these woods. This place wasn't like other forests. Something dark lingered beneath the surface. As the sun dipped low behind the mountains, casting a soft golden light across the landscape, Ethan recalled the rumors he had heard from fellow hikers on the trail. They spoke in hushed tones of missing people, hikers who ventured too deep into these woods, only to vanish without a trace. The local ranger had warned him, too, about strange things happening beyond a certain point. "The land has a memory," he had said cryptically. "Some things shouldn't be disturbed." Ethan had brushed it off as superstition, the typical folklore that came with any place so isolated. But now, as the evening wore on, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was different about these woods. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled as a cold wind swept through the trees. The forest seemed to come alive, its silence stretching longer than it should. Ethan quickened his pace, not out of fear, but out of instinct. There was a warning in the air, one he had learned to listen to after years of hiking in remote areas. The woods weren't just quiet, they were holding their breath, waiting. The path twisted around an old, dilapidated ranger's cabin, its windows boarded up and its roof sagging with neglect. Graffiti marred the wooden walls, but it wasn't the usual spray-painted tags. No, these were symbols, circles and jagged lines, some of which Ethan recognized from his research on Native American folklore. He paused for a moment, kneeling to examine the markings. There were symbols of warning, ancient, primal, and strangely familiar. Skinwalker symbols. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Had someone else come here, seeking answers, just like him? Or worse, had they been marked by something malevolent, something that knew they were trespassing? Shaking off the unease, Ethan pressed on. The trail ahead was rougher, the trees growing denser, their trunks thicker and older. As the last of the daylight waned, he found his campsite, a small clearing nestled between two large boulders. The sun was just a faint memory in the sky as the darkness of the forest swallowed the light. Ethan unpacked his gear, his movements precise and methodical. The fire pit was surrounded by rocks, and as he struck the match to light the fire, he felt the weight of the silence again. This time it felt different, heavy, almost oppressive. He took a deep breath, steeling himself against the unease that crept up his spine. Tonight, he would face the Skinwalker that haunted these woods. He had been tracking it for months, following every clue, every whisper of its existence. Tonight, he would end it. But as the first crackling flames flickered to life, the forest around him seemed to close in, the shadows growing longer and deeper, and Ethan's grip on his rifle tightened. Night fell swiftly, and the forest seemed to change with it. The trees, now mere silhouettes against the darkened sky, stretched toward the heavens like ancient sentinels. Ethan sat by his fire, his eyes scanning the edges of the clearing. The crackling of the flames was the only sound that broke the oppressive silence. The air felt thick, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, watching him. The first few hours passed uneventfully. The wind stirred the trees, sending the occasional rustle of leaves through the air, but nothing out of the ordinary. Ethan allowed himself to relax, just for a moment, allowing his muscles to unclench from their constant state of alert. He took a swig from his canteen, wiped his brow, and looked up at the dark sky. Stars dotted the expanse, their pinpricks of light the only reminders that there was a world beyond these woods. Then the silence returned. At first it was subtle, a stillness that blanketed the forest, the kind that made every small sound stand out. A bird call, distant but sharp. The shuffle of small creatures in the underbrush. The distant creak of tree branches swaying in the wind. But then, something else. A faint rustle, so quiet it was barely perceptible, just beyond the reach of the firelight. Ethan's breath caught in his chest. He had heard this before. Not here, not in this place, but in the deserts of New Mexico, deep in the heart of Navajo territory. He had been warned about skinwalkers, the shape-shifting creatures that preyed on fear. They could mimic the voices of loved ones, the sounds of the forest, even the wind. Their very presence distorted reality, making it impossible to tell where the danger truly lay. The rustling grew louder, closer. Ethan didn't move. His hand hovered near the pouch of white ash at his side. The old remedy meant to weaken the Skinwalker. He had never used it before, but he knew that tonight would be different. A twig snapped in the distance, followed by the unmistakable sound of something, or someone, shifting in the underbrush. Ethan's pulse quickened. He could feel the weight of the presence just outside the firelight, like eyes watching him from the shadows. He held his breath, listening. Every nerve in his body screamed for him to act, to get up, to run. But he didn't, not yet. The first night, he knew, was always a test, a warning. Suddenly the air around him grew colder, and a low growl rumbled from the darkness. It wasn't the growl of a wolf or a bear. It was deeper, more guttural, like the sound of something unnatural. The fire flickered, casting long, twisting shadows across the trees. Ethan didn't blink, didn't move. His mind raced, calculating every possible scenario, every possible action. He thought of his first encounter with a skinwalker, how he had run, how he had barely escaped with his life. Not this time. He had come prepared. Another snap of a twig, closer this time. Then the whisper. Ethan. His blood ran cold. The voice was unmistakable. It was his own voice, speaking his name, soft and slow, as if it were luring him out into the darkness. His pulse raced as the wind shifted, carrying the voice with it. Ethan. The words were closer now, and Ethan could hear the unnatural quality to them. The voice was wrong, distorted, as if the air itself had twisted it. He gripped his rifle tightly, eyes trained on the darkness just beyond the reach of the fire. Come closer. Ethan's breath hitched. He knew better than to listen. He knew what the Skinwalker was doing. It was trying to draw him in, to make him step into the shadows where it could strike. His pulse hammered in his ears, but he stayed still, his eyes never leaving the darkened edge of the clearing. Come closer, Ethan, the voice repeated, each time more desperate, more distorted. The figure was out there, just beyond the firelight, waiting for him to make a mistake. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and a primal instinct told him to flee, but he knew better. He had to stay calm. He had to outlast the night. A low scraping sound, nails against bark, shivered through the air. The creature was marking the trees. Ethan had seen this before. The Skinwalker would leave its mark on the land, claiming it as its own. The wind picked up, and the whispering ceased. The figure withdrew, but Ethan knew it hadn't gone far. Not yet. Not tonight. The first night was always a warning, but it was only the beginning. Ethan lay awake in his sleeping bag, staring at the canopy of trees above. The fire had long since burned down to embers, the glow faint but still holding back the darkness that pressed in from all sides. The cold was creeping in now, biting at his skin, and the night air smelled of damp earth and pine. But it wasn't just the chill in the air that made him uneasy. The forest was wrong. The silence hung over the clearing like a thick veil, suffocating, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl or the rustling of leaves far off. Even the wind, which had earlier picked up and kicked up the embers, had stilled completely. Then it came again. Ethan. The whisper was soft at first, like a breeze passing through the trees. But this time, it was different. It wasn't just the air around him. The voice was coming from within the woods, close to the edge of his camp. Closer than before. His heartbeat quickened as he gripped his rifle tighter, his fingers now slick with sweat despite the cold. His breath caught in his throat as the voice called again, low and insistent. Ethan! It wasn't his own voice this time. No, this was a sound much deeper, more guttural, the voice of something other. The wind shifted again, but it was strange, twisting through the trees with an unnatural pull, like it was guiding the sound to him. The whisper wasn't just speaking his name now. It was drawing him in, like a moth to a flame. With every repetition of his name, his stomach churned. He knew this trick. The Skinwalker, the creature of Navajo legend, could mimic voices. It could twist and contort its shape to imitate anyone, friends, family, or even the very winds themselves. Ethan had read every legend, every encounter, every detail about these creatures. He knew they fed on fear, that they tormented their prey psychologically before striking. And tonight, it was toying with him. Ethan. He sat up, reaching for the pouch of white ash at his side. His fingers brushed against it, then hesitated. The legend said the ash could ward off the Skinwalker, that it could weaken it if used correctly. But the creature was cunning. It wasn't enough to just throw the ash. The timing had to be perfect. And there was a part of him, a deep-rooted instinct, that told him to wait. To wait for the moment when it revealed itself. The whispering stopped. In its place, Ethan heard something else. A rustle. A footstep. No, too soft. Too deliberate. Something was moving in the darkness just beyond the reach of the dying firelight. A slow, deliberate crawl through the underbrush. It wasn't the sound of a forest animal. This was something that walked on two legs. His pulse quickened as he scanned the trees. Nothing. Just shadows. Then, eyes. 2 points of light flashed through the darkness, reflected by the fire. They were too high, too wide. And the shape was wrong. His mind raced back to his first encounter with a skinwalker. The unnatural shape of it, the way it lurked in the shadows, the way it had imitated voices to lure him in. He had fled, but he wasn't going to make that mistake again. Not tonight. The eyes blinked, slowly, unnervingly so. The figure moved forward, a slithering motion, its form still hidden in the dark. Ethan's hand shook as it reached for his rifle, but he didn't make a sound. He just watched, knowing that any movement could be his last. Then, the whispering returned, but this time it was more than just his name. The words were twisted, broken, like the creature was trying to speak in a language that didn't belong to it. A chant, perhaps, or some sort of incantation. The voice shifted between human and something far darker, but it wasn't clear enough to make sense of. Ethan, they're coming for you. The words were sharp, as if the Skinwalker had somehow learned his deepest fears. The chill ran deeper than just the cold night air now. The figure stepped closer, the eyes still fixed on him. Then, as if mocking him, the creature spoke again, its voice warped and unnatural. Come, closer. Ethan held his breath, not daring to move. The wind picked up again, but it wasn't the wind. It was the creature moving, creeping closer, letting the forest carry its voice like a ghost. For a split second, he almost thought he saw something. A glimpse of a silhouette just beyond the firelight. A long, thin arm extending toward him, its fingers stretching in an almost impossible angle. His body screamed to run, but he stayed rooted in place, knowing that this was only the beginning. The night stretched on, hours seeming to blur together as Ethan lay in his tent, his mind on edge. The air was colder now, the sounds of the forest more unnerving. The whispering had faded, but the creature had not left. Ethan could feel it lingering, its presence oppressive, like a shadow waiting for its moment to pounce. The minutes felt like hours, the clock in his mind ticking slower with each passing second. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't sleep. The darkness outside his tent was alive, suffocating, crawling with an energy he couldn't shake. Every sound, every creak, every rustle of the leaves seemed to carry the weight of the creature's watching eyes. The first sign of it came at dawn. Ethan awoke with a start, his rifle still in his grasp, but it was the scratching noise that made his heart race. The unmistakable sound of claws dragging across bark. Slowly, cautiously, he unzipped the tent, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. The forest was eerily still. Then he saw it. On the nearest tree, just beyond the edge of the clearing, were fresh marks. Long, jagged gouges scraped into the bark, a symbol, just like the one he had seen near the abandoned ranger cabin. It was a warning. But a warning of what? The Skinwalker's territory? Its claim on the land? Ethan's throat tightened. He wasn't alone in these woods. Not anymore. Suddenly the wind shifted, carrying a whisper again. This time it wasn't just his name. It's too late, the voice hissed. Ethan's pulse raced as he scanned the shadows. The figure wasn't there, not physically, but it was here, close enough to touch. The scratching at the trees continued, and then the whisper grew louder, almost like laughter. Too late. Too late. Ethan didn't need any more warnings. He grabbed his pack, his rifle, and moved quickly, eyes darting around as he made his way to the edge of the forest. The Skinwalker had marked this place. It was coming, and this time he would be ready. The forest felt suffocating now. Ethan's every step was weighed down by an invisible presence, like something was stalking him from just beyond the trees. His eyes flicked to every shadow, every gust of wind, every rustle of leaves. Nothing escaped his notice. He had been a tracker for years, and his instincts told him something was off. The air tasted like static, like a storm was about to break, but it never did. The sun was beginning to set again, casting long, skeletal shadows across the underbrush. Ethan had made it a few miles deeper into the park, moving at a pace that bordered on reckless. The path seemed familiar, but now felt foreign, as if the forest was subtly shifting around him. The markings on the trees had been growing more frequent, and the feeling of being watched had only intensified. His thoughts returned to the encounter earlier that morning. The scratches on the trees, those were unmistakably signs of a Skinwalker's presence. It was marking its territory, creating its own path, something primal. The creature was drawing closer, not to kill immediately, but to play with him first. It wanted him to be afraid. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Ethan had set up camp again. His fire was small, but it was enough to keep the shadows at bay. He felt vulnerable, but he wasn't about to go back. The only way out was through. He knew what he had to do. He thought back to the stories, the ones about how Skinwalkers would play tricks on their prey. They weren't just mindless hunters. No, they were intelligent, devious. They knew how to use the forest to their advantage. It could be one thing during the day, but once the night fell, it was something else entirely. The wind shifted, and with it came the smell, a sharp, acrid odor, like something decaying. Ethan's stomach turned. His eyes darted to the trees once again, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the unnatural quiet. Then the whispers came again. This time they weren't just calling his name. The voices were distorted, layered over one another, overlapping like a chorus of many. They whispered his deepest fears, things only he knew about himself, failures, regrets, ghosts of the past that had been buried for too long. The Skinwalker had found a way to tap into his mind. Ethan. The voice was soft, almost soothing. Come closer. I won't hurt you. Not yet. Ethan's hand gripped the rifle tighter, but he didn't respond. He wasn't going to make the same mistake again. The whispers continued, growing louder, echoing from all directions. He could hear the sound of twigs snapping underfoot, a low growl that seemed to reverberate from the darkness itself. Then, something moved in the distance. A shadow flickered between the trees, just out of sight, but he saw it. Just a brief glimpse, a tall, gaunt figure, too long-limbed and hunched in a way that made his blood run cold. It had been watching him, waiting for him to react. But Ethan didn't flinch. His fingers moved to the pouch of white ash at his side, and he scattered it in a wide arc around his camp, creating a boundary. He'd read about this, how the ash could weaken the creature. But the legends were never clear on how long it lasted, or how much was needed. What he knew was that it had worked before for others who had faced the Skinwalker, but it was no guarantee. As the fire crackled and popped, the shadows in the trees began to move again, slowly, deliberate, shifting with the wind. Ethan held his breath, watching. Every instinct told him to run, to flee. But he couldn't. Not now. He'd come too far, and he would face this thing on his terms, or not at all. Then the voices came again, clearer this time, sharper. We know you. We know what you fear. Ethan's heart stilled. It wasn't the creature speaking directly anymore. It was something else. something inside his mind. It had taken root in his thoughts, weaving its way through his memories, using his own mind against him. Your father, he never told you the truth, did he? The voice hissed. The truth about what happens when you face one of us. A cold chill ran down Ethan's spine. His father. That name triggered something deep inside him, a memory long buried. His father had warned him about skinwalkers, told him how to survive, but Ethan had never really understood why it was so important. Now, as the whispers swirled around him, he realized that his father's warnings hadn't been about survival. They had been about something else, something much darker. The figure in the trees moved closer, its shape twisting, changing. Now it looked like a coyote. No, something like a coyote. Its eyes glowed with a faint otherworldly light. It was laughing at him, its mouth opening wide to reveal rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Ethan didn't hesitate. He sprang to his feet and fired a shot into the air, the sound of the gunshot reverberating through the forest. The creature flinched, but it didn't retreat. It only paused, its eyes locking with his. "You can't escape me," it growled, its voice now unmistakably human. It was mocking him. It was toying with him. Ethan steadied his breath, reaching into his pack for another handful of ash. He threw it in a wide arc around the camp, just as the creature stepped forward. But instead of retreating, it closed the distance between them. The air crackled, a pulse of dark energy rushing past him. And then, everything stopped. The fire went out. The darkness closed in, and the whispers were gone. The world around Ethan had become a suffocating blanket of darkness. The fire had gone out with a hiss, leaving only the faintest glow from the remnants of the embers. He stood frozen, his heart hammering in his chest, feeling the weight of the silence press in on him. For a moment there was no sound, just the heavy, oppressive quiet of the forest. But then, the ground trembled. A low rumble, like the earth itself was groaning under the weight of something ancient, something malevolent. The shadows around him seemed to thicken, to pulse and sway, alive in a way that made his skin crawl. Ethan's breath quickened, his hands trembling as he fumbled for his rifle. The creature was close now, too close. He swallowed hard, willing his mind to stay sharp. This wasn't like the other times. This wasn't a chase. It was a confrontation. He could feel it. The Skinwalker was playing its final hand, and it was going to make sure that Ethan understood who was in control. The rustling in the trees started again, louder now, as if something, or someone, was moving through the underbrush. His eyes darted around the camp, trying to spot the figure, but there was nothing. Nothing but the dark shapes in the woods, shifting in ways that shouldn't have been possible. He could feel the weight of its gaze, even if he couldn't see it. And then he heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling him. Ethan's pulse quickened. He couldn't see it, but he knew it was there. It was toying with him, drawing him out, playing with his mind. He had to end it. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. He steadied his rifle and aimed it into the darkness, focusing on the faintest rustle in the leaves. His finger brushed the trigger, but then a laugh. It was high-pitched, disturbing, a mixture of human and something not quite human. It echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks in every direction, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. The laugh was followed by a voice. "Don't be so hasty, Ethan," it crooned. "You'll only make things worse for yourself." Ethan's grip tightened on the rifle, his knuckles white. The voice had shifted. It wasn't his own this time. It was deep, distorted, mocking. The Skinwalker had taken on a new tone, and he could hear the hunger in it. "You think you can defeat me?" it whispered. "You think you understand us, but you don't. You're nothing more than a lost little boy, trying to play a game with powers you can't possibly comprehend." Ethan's breath hitched as a flash of movement caught his eye, a shadow darting between the trees. His body moved before his mind caught up, his rifle trained on the space where he saw it. But again, there was nothing. The sound of a twig snapping behind him sent a jolt through his spine. The rifle whipped around, but it was too late. The creature was already there, standing just outside the firelight, its form twisting and flickering between the shapes of a man, a coyote, and something in between. Its eyes glowed, yellow and predatory. But there was something else there too. Something older. Something that seemed to recognize him. Ethan froze, his heart racing. He'd never gotten this close before. This was it. The moment when everything would either end or spiral further into madness. The creature spoke again, its voice now eerily familiar. Ethan. The sound of his own name, drawn out in that unnatural tone, made him stumble back a step. He could feel the weight of the creature's presence, its power, its hunger. It wasn't just taunting him anymore. It was claiming him, weaving its influence into his very being. The Skinwalker took a step closer and Ethan's hand shot up, his rifle aimed at its heart. But before he could pull the trigger, the figure moved again, too fast, too fluid. It was beside him in an instant, a flash of shadow that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. He swung the rifle around, firing blindly into the darkness, but the creature was already gone, slipping back into the shadows with a mocking laugh. For a moment, Ethan's heart raced as he scrambled to regain his bearings. The world felt unreal, as if it were slipping away from him, disintegrating into a dream. The air felt thick, oppressive, like he was suffocating in a nightmare that he couldn't wake from. But then, the silence returned. The fire was out completely now, the last embers snuffed out in an instant. The forest was still again, the noise of the wind and the rustling of the leaves nowhere to be found. Ethan's senses tingled with a sharp, unnatural energy. Something was wrong. It was too quiet, too still. His eyes snapped open. He was no longer in the camp. The forest around him had changed. The trees were different now, their bark darker, twisted. The ground beneath him was soft, almost spongy, and the air smelled of decay. The stars above were dim, obscured by clouds that rolled across the sky like a dark veil. Ethan's pulse quickened as he stumbled to his feet. His hands reached out, grasping for the familiar weight of his rifle, but it was gone. He was empty-handed, standing in the middle of a forest that no longer felt real. The whispering started again, soft at first, then growing louder. His own name, repeated over and over, until it was a scream in his ears. He spun around, searching for the source, but all he saw was darkness. No figure, no Skinwalker, just shadows. The ground beneath him shifted, and suddenly, Ethan was falling. The forest seemed to open up beneath him, and he was plunging down into an endless abyss, the air thick with the scent of rotting wood. And then, everything stopped. Ethan's eyes snapped open, his breath shallow, heart hammering in his chest. The world around him was still, eerily so, with the same familiar sights of his camp surrounding him. His tent was intact, the seams taut against the cool morning air. The fire from the night before had burned out, leaving only the faintest trace of smoke lingering in the air. His gear was exactly where he had left it, the rifle leaning against the tree, his backpack next to him, the ashes of the fire scattered in the dirt. The forest outside seemed serene, untouched by the chaos of the night. But something was wrong. He sat up slowly, a sharp ache running through his limbs. His head throbbed with the force of his pulse, his mind still foggy from the horrors of the dream. Or was it a dream? He could feel the tremors in his hands as he reached up to touch his forehead. It was damp with sweat. The air was cool against his skin, yet the sensation of heat, of terror, still clung to him like a shroud. For a moment he simply stared around him, trying to make sense of it all. The forest was quiet. too quiet. The usual rustle of wind through the branches, the chirping of birds in the distance, the chatter of small creatures, the natural symphony of the woods was absent. In its place was an uncomfortable stillness, a heaviness that seemed to seep into his very bones. Ethan's thoughts were a tangle of confusion and disbelief. He had been so sure. He had felt the creature's presence, had heard its mocking voice, had seen its twisted form. But now there was nothing. No sign, no trace of the Skinwalker's visit. A chill ran down his spine as he reached for his rifle. His hand trembled, his fingers brushing against the cold metal. The weight of it felt wrong in his grasp, almost as if it was no longer his. Had it all been a hallucination? His breath caught in his throat as the possibility settled over him. Was it possible that he had imagined the entire encounter, that the terror had been a product of his own mind? The thought was unbearable, yet it seemed more plausible with each passing moment. He climbed out of the tent, the morning air biting against his skin. The ground beneath him was soft, dewy from the night's chill. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a pale orange glow across the clearing, spilling through the gaps in the trees. Birds were beginning to stir in the canopy above, and a gentle breeze shifted the branches, making the leaves rustle in a soft whisper. Ethan's eyes scanned the area. Nothing. No signs of disturbance. No footprints. No blood. The forest appeared as if it had not witnessed the madness of the night before. He exhaled a shaky breath, trying to steady his nerves. It was over. He had made it through the night. It had to have been a dream. His mind, worn thin by the isolation, had played tricks on him. The Skinwalker, the voices, the twisted figure. It was all part of the fear he had carried with him into the woods. Nothing more. But still, something gnawed at him, a feeling, a presence. The sensation of being watched, even now, lingered in the air like an invisible thread connecting him to something unseen. Ethan shook his head, trying to clear it. He needed to move, to pack up and leave this place behind. There would be time for questions later. He had survived. That's what mattered. But as he bent down to collect his gear, his eyes fell on the ground, on something that had not been there before. A footprint. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the light, an impression left by the shifting ground or the weight of a passing animal. But as he knelt closer, the truth hit him with the force of a cold slap. It wasn't a natural print. The footprint was too large, too deep. It looked as though something heavy had left its mark in the earth. The edges were jagged, as though the creature's claws had dragged against the soil as it stepped. The shape was wrong. Too wide, too unnatural. Its contours too sharp for any animal he knew. Ethan's breath caught in his throat. He stared at the print, his mind racing. The shape was unmistakable. It was like the one he had seen in his dream. Or was it a memory? The creature, the Skinwalker, had left its mark here, in the real world. He stood up quickly, his body tense, his pulse thundering in his ears. There was no denying it now. This wasn't a dream. The Skinwalker had been here. It had been real. But how? How had it gotten so close to him without him noticing? Had he truly slept through it all? Or had the creature played some other twisted game with him? Ethan spun around, his rifle at the ready, scanning the trees, the underbrush, every shadow. But there was nothing. Just the same tranquil forest. The birds were back in the trees. The wind had picked up again, rustling the leaves. The world felt normal. Except it wasn't. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as a cold breeze swept through the clearing. His breath came in short bursts as he turned in a slow circle, looking for any sign of movement. He was alone. He had to be. But the imprint in the dirt, the unnatural, jagged shape of the footprint, told him otherwise. The ground beneath him seemed to shift. the earth beneath his boots softening as if it were alive, as if it were aware of his presence. The trees around him, once familiar and reassuring, now seemed to close in on him, their twisted branches looming overhead like dark fingers, ready to reach down and ensnare him. Ethan's mind was reeling. The Skinwalker hadn't just haunted his dreams. It had followed him into the waking world. The boundaries between the two had blurred, and he didn't know where one ended and the other began. His breath quickened, the weight of his rifle almost too heavy to bear. He glanced back at his tent, at the remnants of the campfire. Everything seemed so peaceful. Too peaceful. It was as if the horrors of the night had never happened, as if the Skinwalker had never existed, but the footprint said otherwise. The sound of footsteps behind him sent a jolt of terror through his spine. He spun around, his rifle aimed, ready to fire, but there was nothing there. The clearing was empty, save for the ever-encroaching shadows. Ethan's pulse pounded in his chest, his senses on high alert. He was alone. He had to be. But deep down, he knew. The forest wasn't empty, and the Skinwalker wasn't done with him yet. Dr. Eric Langley had seen strange things in his career. Deer found torn apart in ways no predator should be capable of. Migration patterns that made no sense. Carcasses left untouched by scavengers. But this was something else. He leaned against the hood of his truck, staring at the dense tree line ahead. Towering pines swayed in the cold wind, their needles whispering secrets to one another. The mountains stretched in the distance, dark and brooding under the weight of an overcast sky. Locals call it Hollow Creek, Sheriff Tomlin had told him back at the station, a stocky man with tired eyes. Stay on the marked trails, Dr. Langley. People go missing up there. Eric had nodded, unfazed. He wasn't just a biologist. He was a tracker, a researcher, a man who had spent months in the wild studying predators. He had hiked Yellowstone, tracked wolves through Canada, even studied jaguars in the Amazon. He wasn't about to be scared off by some campfire stories. And yet, something about the way Tomlin said it, like a quiet warning rather than a threat, made his skin prickle. He slung his pack over his shoulders, double-checked his GPS, and stepped into the woods. The deeper he went, the quieter the world became. No birds, no insects, just the crunch of his boots on damp earth. Then he saw the first sign, a footprint. It was massive, twice the size of his own boot, deep in the soil as if something impossibly heavy had passed through. No claw marks, no drag, just a clean, impossible print. Eric knelt, running his fingers along the edge, his breath fogged in the cool air. What the hell made this? A gust of wind stirred the trees, and for the first time he felt it. Something was watching him. Eric moved carefully, his boots pressing into the damp earth. The air here felt wrong, too still, too dense, as if the forest itself was waiting. He glanced at his GPS again. No signal. His brow furrowed. He hadn't gone deep enough for that. He tapped the screen, but the map was frozen, the blinking arrow refusing to move. A pit settled in his stomach. Keep moving. The trees thickened ahead, their skeletal limbs weaving together like prison bars. A scent clung to the air, damp moss, rotting wood, and something else, something foul. Then he saw it. At first it looked like jagged tree stumps rising from the undergrowth, but as he moved closer, details sharpened. Ruins, a town, or what was left of one. Half-collapsed cabins, their roofs caved in, walls leaning at odd angles. The wood was warped, blackened, not by fire, but by age. Doors gaped open like empty mouths, staring into nothing. Eric's breath slowed. He had studied abandoned settlements before, but this was different. There was no graffiti, no remnants of squatters, no signs of life. It was like the place had been scrubbed clean, erased. A sudden gust of wind hissed through the ruins, carrying a sound. Not quite a voice, not quite the wind. Low, faint, almost a whisper. Eric turned sharply, his pulse thudding. The trees beyond the ruins loomed taller than the rest, their trunks gnarled and ancient. Shadows curled between them, shifting as the branches swayed. Something moved. Not a deer, not a bear. Something taller. His breath hitched. He squinted into the darkness, but there was nothing. Just trees. Just silence. A trick of the light, he told himself. But as he turned back toward the ruins, he couldn't shake the feeling burrowing into his spine. The wind carried with it the scent of something decayed. Eric stood frozen for a long moment, eyes scanning the trees, the ruins, but finding nothing. He forced his legs to move, pushing away the gnawing unease that crept through him. The path ahead seemed clearer, though the trees loomed even thicker. His instincts screamed at him to turn back, to head to the town and find a way out. But his curiosity, his professional pride, held him there. As he moved deeper into the ruins, the air felt heavier, thicker. Each step seemed to echo louder than the last, and yet the forest itself remained eerily silent. Even the birds had disappeared. The only sound now was the crunch of his boots against brittle leaves. Then, a snap. A branch breaking. Eric froze. His heart pounded, blood rushing in his ears. He slowly turned his head, trying to trace the source of the sound. Nothing. Another snap, closer this time. It wasn't just a branch. It was something else, something heavier, moving with purpose. He took another cautious step, every muscle tense, as if the world itself was holding its breath. He'd spent years studying animals, tracking their movements, predicting their behavior. But this? Whatever was in these woods was different. The breeze picked up again, and Eric's breath misted in the cool air. Something rustled nearby. He snapped his head to the side, narrowing his eyes. For a fleeting second he thought he saw a shadow flicker between the trees, a silhouette, too tall and broad to belong to any animal he knew. It moved just beyond his line of sight, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. His pulse quickened. Was it following him? He took another step, heart hammering in his chest. It was no longer just the silence that unnerved him. It was the way the silence shifted, the way the air seemed to hold its breath in expectation. And then, just as quickly, the quiet returned. But this time, it was different. This time, it felt wrong. Eric shook off the creeping feeling and continued, each step heavier than the last, as if the forest was trying to pull him deeper. He found himself standing in the center of a clearing, nothing but tall grass and cracked stones. In the middle of the clearing was a large, twisted rock formation, ancient, perhaps even older than the ruins themselves. His eyes caught something, a gleam in the dirt. Eric knelt to inspect it, his hands brushing aside the leaves and dirt. A long, jagged piece of bone, too big for any animal he had ever studied. The edge was worn smooth, but the sheer size of it was unnatural. A growl rumbled in the distance. The air shifted again, colder this time. A deep, bone-chilling cold that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He stood slowly, hands shaking slightly, and turned back toward the trees. The growl came again, closer now, louder. And beneath it, a low, guttural whispering that seemed to carry on the wind, carrying his name. Eric's breath caught in his throat as the growl reverberated through the trees, low and ferocious. His heartbeat quickened, pounding in his chest. The hair on his arms stood on end, as the guttural sound stirred something primal deep within him, a warning, an instinct to flee. He didn't move. The whispering on the wind came again, carrying his name, barely audible but unmistakable. His eyes darted around, scanning the dense forest, but there was nothing. No shadow. No movement. No sign of whatever was causing the growl. The silence was suffocating, but Eric knew better than to trust the quiet. He'd been in enough dangerous places to understand that silence often meant one thing. He was being watched. A flicker of movement caught his eye. To his left, behind a cluster of trees, something shifted. Too fast, too large. His heart skipped a beat. He was no longer alone in this forest. The whispering rose again, louder now, unmistakable in its intent. A warning, a voice that sounded almost familiar, twisted and distant. He couldn't tell if it was the wind or something else, but it felt like it was coming from all around him. Eric's instinct screamed at him to run. Every fiber of his being told him to turn back, to retreat to the relative safety of the town. But the pull of the forest, the need to understand, held him in place. He took a slow, deliberate step backward, his eyes never leaving the trees. The growl came again, this time accompanied by the sound of something heavy shifting through the underbrush. It was close. Too close. Eric's breath hitched, and he turned sharply, sprinting toward the clearing. The path seemed longer now, the trees closing in on him as the forest itself seemed to pulse with life. Dark and suffocating. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of twigs felt like a threat, every shadow a predator. But there was nothing visible, nothing tangible, just the sound of his own footfalls as they pounded against the earth, the cold air biting into his lungs. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing, but kept running, heart racing. The whispers came again, echoing in his mind. His name, Eric. He wasn't sure if they were real, or if he was losing his grip on reality, but one thing was certain. He wasn't alone. He burst into the clearing where his truck was parked, gasping for breath. His fingers fumbled with the keys, eyes darting to the tree line. But there was no sign of movement. No creature. But the air felt thicker here, heavier, as if it was pressing in on him from all sides. He slammed the truck door shut, turning the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered before roaring to life, the sound jarring in the unnatural stillness. He quickly shifted into reverse, his eyes still fixed on the trees, on the empty shadows lurking just beyond his sight. His truck lurched backward, tires spinning in the loose gravel as he sped toward the town. But no matter how fast he drove, no matter how far he went, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was following him. The growls, the whispers, they seemed to trail behind him, carried by the wind, clawing at his sanity. The town looked different in the daylight. The sleepy mountain village, with its small shops and run-down houses, had an eerie sense of quiet about it, as if it were holding its breath. Eric parked his truck in front of the old diner, the only place in town still open. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. He wasn't sure what he expected to find, but he hoped it was more than just silence. The door chimed as he entered, and the murmur of conversation died instantly. The few townsfolk seated at the counter looked up at him with strange, unreadable eyes. Eric's gaze swept the room, landing on the waitress behind the counter. Her weathered face was covered in a thin veil of worry. Her eyes lingered on him a little too long, a little too searching. He stepped forward. "I'm looking for information about the disappearances," he said, trying to sound casual, though the tightness in his voice betrayed him. "Animal killings, people vanishing." Her lips pressed together in a thin line. "What you heard? It's not what it seems." Eric felt his stomach tighten. There was something off in her tone, too cautious, too guarded. She glanced at the other patrons, all of whom were now watching him with cold, unblinking eyes. "Why don't you take a seat?" she suggested, gesturing toward an empty booth in the back. Eric hesitated. "Don't worry," she said. her voice low. "It's safer in here." The words felt like a warning more than an invitation. But Eric didn't want to push. He needed answers. Slowly, he slid into the booth, his gaze never leaving her. She poured him a cup of coffee, her hands steady but tense. "You're not the first to come looking. You won't be the last either." Eric's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" She leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "The woods. They take what they want. The disappearances, they're not random. There's a reason, but no one dares to talk about it." Eric leaned in, eyes narrowing. "What are you saying?" She hesitated, then glanced toward the door as though making sure no one was listening. "The Silent One. It's real. And it's been hunting this town for years." Eric stiffened. He had heard the name, the strange whispers, the warnings, but hearing it out loud felt different. The weight of it settled in his chest like a stone. "What is it?" he asked, the question slipping out before he could stop it. The waitress looked down at the counter, her face pale. "It's a creature. Something ancient. The town has always known about it. We've been protecting ourselves, sacrificing those who don't belong." Eric's blood ran cold. "What do you mean, sacrificing?" She shook her head, as if unable to find the right words. "The disappearances, the people who go missing, they aren't taken by accident. They're sent into the woods to feed it, to keep it from coming for us." A chill crept up Eric's spine. "So you send people into the woods?" She nodded slowly, as if the weight of the truth had been suffocating her for years. "We have to. It's the only way to keep the Silent One at bay." Eric's hands clenched into fists beneath the table. He felt the sting of betrayal, the gnawing sense that the town was not only hiding the truth, but actively leading him into danger. The waitress sighed, her eyes sad. "You should leave, before it's too late." Eric stood abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. He couldn't stay here any longer, not with the air so thick with secrets. He turned to leave, but before he reached the door, she spoke one last time, her voice a ghost of a warning. "It's already too late for you." The world outside the diner felt different now, charged with an unnerving energy. The air was thick, pressing against Eric as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for him to make his next move. Eric's mind raced, spinning with the waitress's words. Sacrifices. The Silent One. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. The town had known all along, and he had unwittingly walked straight into their trap. He needed to get out. His hands gripped the steering wheel as he drove away from the diner, the tires crunching over the gravel road. The town seemed to shrink behind him, swallowed by the dense forest that loomed ahead. But as he drove, the silence felt heavier, suffocating. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees like a warning. He wasn't alone. Suddenly, the truck's headlights flickered. Eric slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching to a halt. The truck jerked, and for a moment, everything went still. A figure stood at the edge of the road. Tall, unnaturally tall, with a dark silhouette that seemed to blur with the shadows of the trees. Its presence felt wrong, unnatural. Eric's heart pounded in his chest, his hands clammy on the wheel. He couldn't look away, his eyes fixed on the figure that was slowly, deliberately stepping toward him. The growl came again, this time not from the woods but from the figure itself. The sound was deep and guttural, vibrating in Eric's bones. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. And then, the figure was gone, vanished into the trees. Eric didn't wait. His foot hit the accelerator, and the truck shot forward, tearing down the road as fast as it would go. He didn't care about the speed limit, didn't care about anything except escaping whatever it was that had just appeared. The trees seemed to close in around him, their twisted branches reaching out like claws, but the road ahead was empty. until the truck slammed into something large and immovable. Eric was thrown forward, the air knocked from his lungs as the truck came to a sudden stop. He gasped, disoriented, but the world around him seemed to fade in and out. He stumbled out of the truck, his legs shaky beneath him. And that's when he saw it. The figure was standing in the road again. This time, it was closer. So close that Eric could make out the details. It was towering over him, its body cloaked in dark, matted fur. Its face, if it could be called a face, was a twisted mass of features, eyes too large and too dark, its mouth wide and jagged, like it had been carved into the shape of something bestial. It didn't move. It just watched him. Eric could feel its eyes on him, piercing into his soul. His breath quickened, his pulse racing. There was no escape. The growl came again, louder now, closer. Eric turned to run, but the figure was faster. It was in front of him in an instant, blocking his path. He stumbled backward, his heart hammering in his chest. There was no place to go, no way to fight. This was it, the silent one, the creature that had been stalking him, the one the town had been hiding from him all along. And now, it was his turn. Eric trudged deeper into the forest, his boots sinking into the damp earth with every step. The silence was absolute. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant calls of birds. Only the steady pounding of his own heartbeat filled the void. He gripped the flare gun tighter, its cold metal biting into his palm. The trees around him stretched high and skeletal, their bare limbs reaching toward the sky like twisted fingers. Shadows pooled thick between the trunks, shifting with every uncertain step he took. He felt watched, an unshakable presence pressing in from all sides, unseen but undeniable. Then a sound, a single, deliberate knock echoed through the trees, hollow, deep. His breath hitched. Another knock followed, closer this time. His mind raced. Wood knocks, a warning, a challenge. He had read about them before, stories of something ancient that used them to communicate, or to hunt. A low growl rumbled through the night, vibrating the very air around him. He turned sharply, scanning the darkness, but there was nothing, just an oppressive blackness swallowing the path behind him. His fingers trembled as he raised the flare gun. His pulse thundered. Fire would scare it off. Light would drive it away. That was the theory, at least. Then, movement. Something massive lurked just beyond the reach of his flashlight's beam, shifting between the trees. A shadow too tall, too broad, its breathing heavy and slow. It wasn't running. It wasn't hiding. It was waiting. Eric's throat tightened. The realization settled deep in his bones, chilling him to the core. He wasn't chasing it. It was leading him. Eric's hands trembled as he fumbled for the flare gun. The oppressive silence of the forest bore down on him, thick and suffocating. His breath came in ragged gasps, his pulse hammering in his ears. He could still hear the heavy footsteps circling just beyond the tree line, impossibly large, impossibly patient. Watching, waiting. He swallowed hard and raised the flare gun. His fingers felt numb from the cold sweat slicking his skin. This had to work. It had to. With a sharp crack, the flare shot into the sky, a burst of red light swallowing the darkness. For a brief moment, the forest was illuminated in flickering crimson. The trees stretched out like skeletal fingers, casting long, twisting shadows. And then, movement. Just beyond the flare's glow, something shifted. The towering silhouette was there, standing at the edge of the clearing, massive, hulking, wrong. The brief flash of light painted its outline in nightmare hues, matted fur, elongated limbs, and eyes that caught the light and burned with something ancient, something hungry. Eric staggered back, his chest tightening. The flare was supposed to scare it off, but instead, it called to it. A low, guttural sound rumbled through the trees, vibrating in Eric's bones. The thing was moving toward him now, no longer content to lurk in the shadows. The realization struck him like ice through his veins. The flare hadn't saved him. It had doomed him. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to move. Every breath felt like breathing in smoke. The forest closed in tighter, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against his skull. It was here, and it was coming. A branch snapped. Eric turned, but the darkness swallowed everything beyond the dying embers of the flare. His heartbeat roared in his ears. The scent of earth and rot thickened in his nostrils. The air itself seemed to tremble, as if reality was fraying at the edges. Then, just behind him, breath, hot, damp, close. A massive shadow loomed over him, blocking out the last flickers of light. And then, the Silent One reached for him. The road stretched ahead, a winding scar through the dense pines of the Pacific Northwest. Jack tightened his grip on the steering wheel, eyes scanning the thinning mist that clung to the treetops like something alive. Cole sat in the passenger seat, rifle resting across his lap, chewing on an unlit cigar. "Feels different out here," Cole muttered. "Too damn quiet." Jack grunted in agreement. The two had spent years tracking things that shouldn't exist, things that most people dismissed as folklore. But this job was different. 3 missing hikers, all in the last month, and each disappearance left behind only one clue: massive footprints leading into the deep woods. They reached their destination, a small clearing by a crumbling fire road. Jack killed the engine, and silence swallowed them whole. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing but the distant groan of the wind. Cole stepped out first, cocking his head. "You hear that?" Jack strained his ears. Nothing. "Exactly," Cole muttered. "Should be birds, bugs, something." They unloaded their packs. Thermal scopes, motion cameras, enough ammo to take down a bear. Jack checked his watch. Sunset was 3 hours away. They had to move fast. A mile into the woods they found the first sign. A tree, stripped of its bark, deep claw marks gouged into the raw wood. "That ain't a bear," Jack murmured. Cole knelt beside a massive footprint in the damp earth. Still fresh. Whatever made this, it's close. Jack placed a motion-triggered camera on a nearby trunk. "Let's set up camp. Keep an eye on the tree line. We're being watched." The feeling of unseen eyes was nothing new, but this time it was different. Heavier, more aware. As darkness crept through the forest, the wind carried something strange, a low, rhythmic knocking sound. Jack and Cole locked eyes. The sound came from all around them. "Wood knocks," Cole whispered. "It knows we're here." Jack exhaled slowly, hand tightening on his rifle. "Good. Then we know where to start." The knocking stopped, and silence fell once more. In that moment, Jack realized something chilling. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night. Jack sat with his back to a tree, scanning the tree line through the flickering glow. Cole sat opposite him, reloading his rifle with slow, deliberate movements. "Whatever's out there," Cole muttered, "it's testing us." Jack nodded. They had hunted creatures before. Wendigos, skinwalkers, even a Jersey devil once. But this? This felt different. It wasn't just lurking, it was toying with them. A branch snapped in the distance. Jack raised a hand, signaling for silence. The fire hissed as a gust of wind swept through the clearing. Then something moved. Not a small rustle, but a heavy, deliberate step. Cole turned, rifle aimed toward the sound. "You see it?" Jack peered into the darkness through his thermal scope. Nothing but a shifting blur just outside the firelight's reach. "It's there, just watching." Another step, then another. The weight of the movement sent a shiver down Jack's spine. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't afraid of them. Then came the smell, a foul, musky odor, like wet fur and decay. Jack swallowed hard. He had smelled something like this once before, deep in the Appalachian Mountains. "Damn thing stinks," Cole whispered. The knocking sound returned, closer this time. 3 knocks, a pause, then 2 more. Jack's blood ran cold. "It's signaling." Cole tightened his grip on his rifle. Signaling what? Before Jack could answer, something howled. Low, guttural, and impossibly deep. The sound rattled in his chest, vibrating through the ground beneath him. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the forest fell silent again. Jack kept his rifle steady, scanning the black void between the trees. The fire's glow barely reached beyond their small clearing, and whatever was out there knew it. Cole exhaled slowly, adjusting his grip on his weapon. That howl wasn't meant to scare us. Jack nodded. It was calling something. They waited, listening. A distant shuffle, a heavy breath, then silence again. Cole shifted slightly, angling toward the sound. "We should go dark, kill the fire." Jack hesitated. They needed the fire for warmth, but more importantly, for visibility. Still, he knew Cole was right. If this thing relied on sight, taking away its advantage might even the odds. "Do it," Jack whispered. Cole grabbed a handful of dirt and smothered the flames. The clearing plunged into darkness. Jack activated his thermal scope, scanning the area. And then, he saw it. A massive shape loomed at the edge of the trees, crouched low. The heat signature was massive, humanoid but wrong. Too long-limbed. The head, too large. Cole tensed. "Tell me you see it." "I see it. Don't move." The creature inched forward, its movements unnatural, like it was learning how to walk. It let out a low, wheezing breath. Then, in one terrifying instant, it lunged. A blur of muscle and shadow barreled toward them. Jack fired first, the shot cracking through the night. Cole followed, his rounds tearing into the darkness. The thing screamed, not in pain, but in rage. Branches snapped as it retreated, disappearing into the trees as fast as it had appeared. Cole exhaled, shaking his head. That wasn't a warning. It was a test. Jack tightened his grip on his rifle. And now it knows we can fight back. The woods went silent again, but this time Jack didn't find it comforting, because something told him it wasn't running away. It was circling. The morning fog clung to the ground like a blanket, leaving dew-drenched grass in its wake. Jack and Cole moved carefully through the forest, alert to every crack of a branch, every snap of a twig. The tension from the night before hadn't lifted, but the silence was different now, heavier, almost expectant. Jack adjusted the straps on his pack, eyes scanning the darkened canopy overhead. He had learned early in his career to trust his instincts. Something was off. He could feel it in his bones. "Let's head north," he suggested, motioning through the trees. "North it is." Cole nodded, his voice steady. But Jack could hear the faint tremor in his tone. Both men had spent their lives in the woods, but this place felt different, like they weren't meant to be there. They had been hunting since they were boys, tracking animals, stalking prey, learning the land like second nature. Jack had started out young. His father, an experienced outdoorsman who taught him everything about survival. He'd grown up in the wilderness, spent more time in the woods than at home. But it wasn't just the animals that called to him. His father had shared tales of strange things lurking in the shadows of the forest, things that were part myth, part warning. It wasn't until Jack's first real encounter with something unexplainable that the stories took root in his mind. That was when he truly understood the darkness that could hide behind the trees. Cole had come into this life more by accident. He had been a ranger in Yellowstone, working to protect the park's wildlife, until he came across a trail he couldn't explain, a missing persons case that turned into something darker. His investigation had led him to creatures that defied logic, skinwalkers, wendigos, creatures of law that stalked the living. He had quit his ranger job soon after, realizing that the more he learned, the deeper the rabbit hole went. That was when Jack had found him. They'd formed an unlikely partnership, hunting down the things that no one believed in, but that both men knew were all too real. As the two pushed deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon the old cabin. It was a structure out of place, forgotten and overrun by time. The wood was weathered, paint peeling away like old skin. The roof had caved in on one side, and the door hung loosely from its hinges. "Looks like someone's been here," Jack said, his voice low as he approached the door. Cole grunted in agreement, his gaze moving over the surroundings. This wasn't built for comfort. Jack stepped inside, rifle ready, scanning the dark corners of the cabin. His eyes flicked across the room. Bloodstains marked the floor, the faint outline of something, a body, having been dragged across it. The walls bore claw marks, long and jagged, as if something had tried to claw its way in. A journal lay open on the dusty table, its pages yellowed with age. Cole approached, picking up the journal. He flicked through it, the words fading with time, but one entry caught his attention. "It lets you think you have a chance," he read aloud. The words sent a chill down his spine. Jack exchanged a glance with Cole. "That's what we're dealing with. It wants us to think we have the upper hand." Cole nodded grimly. They had both known that the creature they were hunting had never been a typical animal. It had a mind, a cunning that went beyond instinct. They weren't just facing a predator. They were facing something far more dangerous. "Let's move," Jack said quietly. "It's still out there." But as they left the cabin, a new weight pressed on their shoulders, the realization that whatever hunted in these woods wasn't just a cryptid. It was something ancient, something that had watched them before and would continue to do so, even if they couldn't see it. The day dragged on, the light filtering weakly through the towering pines. Jack and Cole pushed on, knowing they couldn't afford to waste time. Every step felt calculated, each movement an attempt to stay one step ahead of whatever was stalking them. The journal entry kept circling in Jack's mind. "It lets you think you have a chance." The words gnawed at him, unsettling in their simplicity. Whatever they were hunting, it was more than just an apex predator. It had patience, it had strategy, and worst of all, it understood fear. They had spent hours tracing the massive footprints deeper into the forest, the trees growing denser with each step. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. Even the birds had gone quiet. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. As dusk settled over them, Cole broke the silence. "You feel that?" Jack stopped, his eyes darting across the forest. There it was again, the oppressive weight of something unseen. The sound of the wind was gone, replaced by an unsettling stillness. "It's close," Jack whispered, barely audible. He reached for his rifle, fingers brushing the stock. Without warning, a distant cry cut through the air, a guttural, bone-chilling scream that reverberated through the trees. It wasn't animal, not in any way Jack had ever heard. The scream sounded like pain, twisted with hunger. Cole tensed beside him. "That's not normal. That's—" Before he could finish, a voice, deep and unmistakably their voices, floated through the trees, just out of sight. It was faint at first, a whisper in the wind, then clearer. "Jack, Cole, help me." The hairs on the back of Jack's neck stood on end. The voice was unmistakable. It was their own. Cole's eyes went wide, and he raised his rifle instinctively, scanning the shadows. "It's playing with us." The voice came again, closer this time, and this time it was laced with desperation. "Jack, Cole." "Don't listen to it," Jack growled, his grip tightening around the rifle. He was the one who had taught Cole how to survive in situations like this, how to stay calm, how to trust instinct over sound, but the voice was different now. It wasn't just calling, it was pleading. Is it him? Cole asked, his voice shaking as he scanned the tree line. Jack didn't answer. Instead, he motioned for Cole to stay low. Move. Quiet. They crouched and moved, keeping low to the ground, staying within the cover of the trees. But as they moved, the ground began to tremble, a heavy thudding sound echoing through the woods. It wasn't the wind or a large animal. This was something else, something deliberate. Jack's heart pounded in his chest, his breath quickening as the noise grew louder, closer. He spun around just in time to see a massive shadow barreling toward them. Something fast, too fast. It was there, charging through the trees, an enormous shape that was all muscle and rage. The ground shook under its weight. "Move!" Jack screamed, pushing Cole out of the way. But it was too late. The creature's huge clawed hand shot out, snatching Jack by the leg, pulling him off his feet. He slammed into the ground, rifle flying from his grip. The force of the impact left him dazed, his vision blurring. Cole reacted without hesitation, his own rifle already leveled. He fired, the shot splitting the night, but the creature barely flinched. It dragged Jack toward the darkness, its grip like iron. The thing's hollow eyes locked onto him, a silent promise of something worse than death. "Jack!" Cole yelled, sprinting toward them. But before he could reach his friend, the creature let out a guttural growl, warning him away. Jack fought to free himself, slamming his fists into the creature's arm. But it only tightened its grip, pulling him deeper into the shadows. He could hear Cole's frantic shouts, but the forest swallowed them whole. Then, in the blink of an eye, the creature released him. Jack crashed to the ground, gasping for breath, his leg throbbing in pain. "Jack!" Cole's voice came from behind him, strained and desperate. Jack scrambled to his feet, ignoring the pain in his leg. He spun around, rifle in hand, but the creature was gone, vanished into the woods like it had never been there. The two hunters stood there, panting, the weight of what had just happened settling in. The creature wasn't just hunting them, it was playing a game, and they were losing. "Get a grip," Jack said, his voice hoarse. He glanced around the clearing, eyes darting between the trees. "It's still out there." Cole nodded, sweat dripping down his face. "I'm not leaving you behind." "Then let's make sure it knows we're not going down easy." Jack's hand tightened around the rifle. It was time to turn the tables. But as they prepared, a whispering wind passed through the trees, carrying with it an eerie voice that made their blood run cold. It was calling them again. Only this time it was different. This time it wasn't their voices. It was Cole's. The woods were oppressive in their silence, broken only by the distant calls of unseen creatures. Jack's pulse hammered in his ears as he scanned the area. His heart still raced from the close call, and he couldn't shake the sense that the creature was circling them, waiting for the right moment to strike. But something else gnawed at him, a horrible, creeping feeling that they weren't alone anymore. "Cole?" Jack whispered, his voice taut with tension. But when he turned, his stomach dropped. Cole was gone. The spot where his partner had been only moments before was empty, the ground undisturbed as if Cole had simply vanished into thin air. Jack's breath caught in his throat. He called his name again, louder this time, but only the trees answered. A knot of dread twisted in his gut, the feeling of being watched intensifying. "Cole!" Jack shouted, panic rising in his chest. Still nothing, only the whispers of the wind. For a long moment, Jack stood frozen, heart pounding. His mind raced. Was it the creature? Had it taken Cole? Or was this something worse? He tried to convince himself that Cole had just wandered off, maybe to check the perimeter, but deep down, he knew better. Number something had taken him. Jack's grip tightened around his rifle, his knuckles white. He had to act. If Cole was still alive, there was no time to waste. He couldn't afford to wait. His instincts as a hunter kicked in, and he moved quickly, retracing their steps, trying to think like the creature. What would it do? What was its next move? He couldn't hear the wind anymore. The forest felt too still, the silence so profound it pressed against his chest like a weight. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Jack saw it. Cole's rifle, discarded on the ground. But there was no sign of Cole himself. His heart dropped. He reached for the rifle, his fingers trembling as he picked it up. It had been snapped in half, the barrel bent and twisted as if it had been caught in something far stronger than any man or animal. Something far worse. Jack swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. The creature had shown its hand. It knew he was coming for it. The question now was how to survive it. He moved on, scanning the forest, knowing that his time was running out. His eyes darted between the trees, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing. Just more trees, more shadows. A sudden sound, sharp and clear, cut through the silence. A snap of a twig, then another. Too soft to be human, too deliberate to be animal. Jack turned, his heart racing. He couldn't hear Cole anymore. The whispers had stopped too. The air around him seemed to crackle, the tension thickening. Whatever was in the forest with him wasn't just hunting him. It was toying with him, just like it had with Cole. It lets you think you have a chance. Jack gritted his teeth, forcing himself to focus. He couldn't let his mind wander. He had to find Cole, had to stop the creature. He had to survive. He crouched low, moving cautiously, but with purpose. His rifle was raised, the barrel steady as he crept through the brush. His every step was calculated, every move deliberate. And then, as he neared the clearing they had camped in earlier, he saw it. Cole was kneeling in the center of the clearing, his back to Jack. His movements were slow, unnatural, as if something were forcing him to move in a way that didn't make sense. His hands were raised, palms out, as though he were feeling his way through the darkness. "Cole?" Jack called, voice low but desperate. At the sound of his voice, Cole's head jerked up, his eyes wide and frantic. His face was pale, almost drained of color. And then Jack saw it, the unmistakable mark of something in his eyes, something not quite right. "No, no, no, no," Cole whispered, his voice strained, barely above a breath. "Cole, you're okay, it's me, Jack." Jack rushed toward him, his pulse racing. But Cole didn't respond. Instead, he just stared at Jack, his body stiff and rigid. And that's when Jack saw it, the creature's reflection in his eyes. It was standing behind him. Jack spun around just in time to see the massive figure emerge from the trees, impossibly tall, impossibly wide. Its hollow eyes were locked onto him, and its skin, if you could call it skin, looked stretched, almost translucent. It stepped forward, the ground beneath it cracking with each step. The air grew cold, the very essence of the forest warping around it. Cole didn't move. His hands hung limp at his sides. "Cole!" Jack shouted again, but his friend didn't respond. The creature's hollow eyes never left Jack as it took another step closer, its footfalls shaking the ground. Jack's heart thudded painfully in his chest. He was out of options, out of time. With a deep breath, Jack raised his rifle. His finger tightened on the trigger, but before he could fire, the creature's voice, low and raspy, slithered through his mind. "You think you can escape?" The words were clear, but they didn't come from its mouth. They were in his head, in his very soul. Jack's hands shook, but he forced himself to focus. "Don't listen to it. Fight back." With a primal yell, Jack fired. The shot rang out through the clearing, the impact hitting the creature square in the chest. But it didn't stumble. It didn't even flinch. Instead, the creature tilted its head, as if amused. Then the world seemed to shift. The ground beneath him seemed to give way, the world tilting, spinning. Jack stumbled, his vision blurring as he tried to steady himself. And through the haze, he heard the creature's voice again, this time clearer, more ominous. "It's already too late." Jack fell to his knees, his mind racing. He couldn't tell if it was the creature's power, or if his exhaustion had finally caught up to him. Either way, the fight was far from over. But in that moment, Jack realized one terrifying truth. The creature was inside his mind. Jack's breath came in ragged gasps as he struggled to regain his footing. His head felt heavy, the world around him spinning in an endless loop of confusion. The creature's words echoed through his skull, a constant whispering mantra that gnawed at the edges of his sanity. It's already too late. But Jack didn't have time to contemplate its meaning. He had to survive. He couldn't let the creature drag him into its mind games. His survival instincts kicked in, and despite the overwhelming dizziness, he forced his body to move. The creature was still standing in front of him, towering, unyielding. Its hollow, empty eyes bore into him, and for a moment, Jack could feel his will to fight slipping away. The creature's presence was suffocating, like it was pulling him into its very essence, draining the life from him with every passing second. But then, a flash of light broke through the haze. A memory, a split-second vision of Cole. His friend's face, pale and twisted in terror, pleading for help. Cole's still out there. I'm not going to lose him too. Jack shook his head violently, forcing himself to snap out of the creature's trance. He pushed through the dizziness, focusing on the here and now. With a grunt, he regained his balance and staggered to his feet. His rifle was still in his hands, though his fingers were numb from the creature's influence. The creature hadn't moved. It just stood there, its empty gaze fixed on him. It was waiting. Jack's mind raced. What could he do? He'd never faced anything like this before. There was no protocol for something this wrong. It wasn't just physical. It was psychological, deeply rooted in the core of the forest itself. And yet, he knew one thing with certainty. The creature was playing with him, and he wasn't about to let it win. Jack aimed his rifle at the creature, his hands steady despite the tremor in his chest. He pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the creature's chest, but it didn't flinch. It didn't even seem to notice. The creature leaned forward, its hollow eyes widening, and Jack felt his legs tremble as it closed the distance. The air grew thick, charged with something that made Jack's skin crawl. You think you can fight me? The voice slithered into his mind again, the sound of its deep, hollow tone vibrating in his bones. Jack felt his stomach churn as the creature's presence pressed in on him from all sides. He was suffocating, drowning in the weight of its power. But Jack wasn't ready to give in. He refused. The rifle slipped from his hands, the weight of it too much as his fingers began to tingle with the sudden loss of strength. He stumbled back, struggling to breathe as the creature's voice wrapped around him. You cannot escape me, Hunter. You are mine now. The words echoed in his mind, but Jack pushed them out. He couldn't think about the creature's control. He had to focus on survival. His breath quickened as he pressed his back to the trunk of a massive pine. Sweat stung his eyes, but he couldn't wipe it away. His hands were too occupied, keeping his weapon trained on the surrounding woods. The rifle felt heavier by the second, like it was pulling him down into the ground, dragging him into the weight of inevitability. There were no more tricks left, no more surprises. If he was going to make it out alive, he had to end it now. And then, just as he thought he had a handle on the situation, the air shifted. Jack's vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, there was a figure standing at the edge of his sight, a tall, hulking silhouette moving between the trees. It was the creature, but it was different now. Taller, more imposing, and the air itself seemed to ripple around it. It's toying with me. Jack's grip tightened on the rifle as he steadied himself. He could feel the creature's gaze on him, cutting through the dark. Its hollow, empty eyes were always watching, always waiting. It knew that Jack was a threat, but it wasn't going to kill him quickly. No, this was far worse. It wanted to drag him through the agony of uncertainty, to strip away his sanity piece by piece. "Come on," Jack muttered, his voice rough with desperation. "Let's finish this." With a guttural screech, the creature lunged. It moved faster than Jack could react. He fired. Once. Twice. The shots rang out through the woods, but the creature was already on him, its long arms reaching for him with bone-crushing speed. Jack barely had time to react, his rifle swinging wildly as he struggled to push the creature away. Its claws scraped against his chest, leaving deep, bloody gouges. The force of its weight sent Jack crashing to the ground, the world spinning as the creature loomed above him. For a moment, Jack was paralyzed by its presence. He could feel its hollow eyes boring into him, its cold breath on his skin. It was too much. The weight of it, the sheer malevolent force of its being, was overwhelming. But then Jack remembered Cole, his friend, his partner. He couldn't let this thing win, not after everything they had been through. With a sudden surge of strength, Jack kicked out with his legs, shoving the creature back just enough to give himself some space. His breath came in gasps, his chest burning with every movement. The creature hissed, an unsettling sound that vibrated in Jack's bones. It stepped back slightly, its massive form blocking out the moonlight above. For a moment, everything stood still. Man and monster, frozen in time. And then the creature spoke. "You cannot win." The words slithered through Jack's mind, filling him with a cold certainty. It was right. He couldn't win. This wasn't a fight he could win, not against something so ancient, so full of rage and malice. But then Jack's eyes flicked to the ground beside him. His hand brushed over something rough, a jagged rock. It was small, but it could serve its purpose. Without hesitation, Jack grabbed the rock, holding it tightly in his palm. He didn't have a plan. He didn't have anything left. But this creature had underestimated him, and he wasn't going to die kneeling before it. The creature lunged again, and this time Jack was ready. He swung the rock with every ounce of strength he had left. It struck the creature's face with a sickening crack. For the briefest moment, the creature faltered, its hollow eyes blinking in confusion. It didn't hesitate this time. Jack took his chance. He scrambled to his feet, pulling out his remaining flare gun from his belt. With one swift motion, he aimed and fired, sending the flare careening toward the creature's chest. The explosion of light and heat was deafening. Jack shielded his eyes from the brightness as the creature screamed, its terrible, otherworldly wail filling the air. The force of the blast pushed the creature back, its massive form thrown into the trees. Jack couldn't hear it over the ringing in his ears, but he could see the smoke rising from where it had fallen. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the ground shook. A low, rumbling growl filled the air, and Jack's blood ran cold. It wasn't over. The creature wasn't dead, but Jack had done something. He had heard it. And in that moment, he knew that he wasn't finished. Neither was Cole. With his heart pounding in his chest, Jack turned toward the ridge, the flare gun still clenched in his hand. The fire that burned in him now wasn't just for survival. It was for vengeance, for everything the creature had taken, for Cole, and for whatever was left of the forest that wasn't yet consumed by the hollow stalker. "Where's Cole?" His mind screamed, but there was no answer. Then he remembered the rifle, the broken rifle he had found earlier. It had been snapped in half, a clear sign that whatever this creature was, it had strength beyond anything Jack had ever encountered. But there was something about that broken rifle that triggered a thought, a plan. Jack's eyes darted to the ground. He scanned the area, looking for anything that might give him an edge. That's when he saw it. The trees. If the creature couldn't be stopped by conventional means, then perhaps the environment itself could be used against it. He wasn't going to win in a straight-up fight, but if he could get it off balance, maybe, just maybe, he could outsmart it. With his heart pounding in his ears, Jack bolted toward the nearest tree. using its thick trunk to shield himself from the creature's unblinking gaze. He gripped the bark tightly, his muscles straining as he pulled himself up. His mind raced with plans. Every detail mattered now. The creature was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. It could be trapped. As Jack climbed higher, he heard the creature's slow, deliberate footfalls behind him. It was circling again, waiting for him to make the wrong move. He had to keep moving. He couldn't stop. Not now. Up in the canopy, Jack found a series of low-hanging branches. They could be used to his advantage. He could swing from tree to tree, leading the creature through the thick woods. But first, he needed to draw it in closer. With a deep breath, Jack let go of the tree and fell into a crouch, landing silently on the forest floor. He pulled the last of his gear from his pack, a flare gun. His fingers fumbled as he loaded it, but there was no time to hesitate. The creature's heavy breathing was growing louder, its presence suffocating. He aimed at the sky. One shot. Jack pulled the trigger, and the flare shot into the night, lighting up the forest with an eerie red glow. The creature froze, its hollow eyes locking onto the flare with an intensity that sent a chill through Jack's bones. Now he darted into the trees, moving faster than he ever had before. He couldn't hear the creature's pursuit, but he felt it, closer now, as if it had become part of the very air around him. Jack swung from branch to branch, forcing himself to keep going, keep moving, never looking back. And then, just as he reached a small ridge overlooking the clearing, Jack stopped. His breath came in heavy bursts as he crouched low, watching the creature emerge into the red glow of the flare. It looked up, its hollow eyes scanning the trees. It was now or never. Jack reached for his pack, pulling out the final weapon he had left, a makeshift Molotov cocktail. He had rigged it earlier, just in case. Now, the flames would be his salvation. With a quick motion, Jack hurled the bottle at the creature. The explosion was deafening. For a brief, terrifying moment, Jack thought he saw the creature's outline engulfed in flame. But then, just as quickly, the fire dissipated, leaving nothing but smoke and ash. Jack's heart raced as he scanned the clearing. The creature had vanished again, into the smoke or deeper into the woods. But Jack knew one thing for sure. It wasn't over. Not yet. It was still out there. And now, it was hunting him. Jack's pulse was still racing, his heart hammering in his chest like a war drum. The woods around him had grown unnervingly quiet again, but there was no comfort in the silence. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch was a threat. The flare had burned out long ago, leaving the forest in darkness once more, but Jack's eyes were sharp, the adrenaline keeping him alert. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The makeshift Molotov had done something to the creature, but Jack wasn't foolish enough to think it was gone. Whatever this thing was, it was ancient, beyond anything he had ever faced, and it didn't die easily. Cole was still missing, his fate uncertain. The last thing Jack had heard from him was a struggle, a scream, and then silence. He'd tried to find him, but there had been no sign of his friend. No trace, no clue. Just the overwhelming sense that something had swallowed him whole. Jack's mind reeled, but he couldn't afford to let grief take hold. Not yet. Not until he had a fighting chance. Focus. His hand tightened around the rifle again, the stock slick with sweat. The air smelled of smoke, but beneath that was something else. A sour, rot-like scent, sharp and heavy. Jack's instincts screamed that the creature was close, moving through the trees just beyond his vision. He turned slowly, scanning the area. A flash of movement caught his eye, too quick to be human. He spun, raising his rifle to fire, but there was nothing there, just a flicker in the darkness. A low growl rumbled in the distance, and Jack's blood ran cold. It was here. They were the hunters, until they became the hunted. Deep in the Pacific Northwest, Seasoned monster hunters Jack and Cole track a creature responsible for a string of disappearances. But as the nights grow longer and the forest grows quieter, they realize something chilling. It isn't running, it's watching, and it's waiting. The woods felt ancient. Towering trees, gnarled and twisted, created a canopy so thick that the moonlight barely pierced the branches, casting long, stretching shadows across the forest floor. Beneath their feet, the earth was soft and damp, a carpet of fallen leaves and tangled roots. The air carried a cool, damp scent, a mixture of decaying wood and earthy moss. But there was something else there too, an almost imperceptible musk, like the aftertaste of something rotten, barely noticeable but unsettling. As Laura and Ben walked through the narrow trail, the low hum of insects filled the air. But that wasn't all. The further they ventured, the quieter the woods seemed to become. The birds had stopped singing, and the usual scurry of small creatures in the underbrush had gone eerily still. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Finally, they arrived at their campsite. It was a clearing, bordered by tall trees, with a fire pit in the center. The ashes in the fire pit were still warm, but there were no tents, no signs of other campers, nothing but the remnants of a camp long abandoned. The ash, blackened and fresh, gave the impression that someone had just been there, only to leave suddenly. The feeling of emptiness settled in Laura's chest, and despite herself, she shivered. Maybe someone left in a hurry, Ben suggested, shrugging off the uneasy tension as he set down his pack. He was always the skeptic, the one who dismissed the unexplained with logic. Nothing to worry about. It's probably just an old spot. Laura didn't respond right away. Instead, she scanned the trees around them, noting the stillness of the forest. There was no breeze, but the air felt heavy, oppressive. As the flames in the fire pit crackled to life, sending sparks into the air, the shadows grew longer, twisting and curling in strange ways. It felt as though the trees themselves were watching them. She pulled her jacket tighter around her shoulders and tried to shake the chill from her spine. There was something off about this place. It wasn't just the emptiness of the campsite. It was the way the woods seemed to press in around them, as if they were being hemmed in by something unseen. Ben, oblivious to her growing discomfort, sat on a fallen log and pulled out a small stove to make coffee. "It's just your nerves," he said with a grin. "We've been hiking for hours. You're tired. That's all." But Laura couldn't shake the sensation. She felt eyes on her, sharp and unblinking, even though there was no one else in sight. She turned her gaze to the edge of the trees, where the shadows seemed to deepen and move. But when she blinked, it was gone. "Do you hear that?" she asked suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper. Ben stopped what he was doing and listened. There was a soft rustling from the trees, a faint, almost imperceptible noise that was at odds with the usual sounds of the forest. It was the kind of sound you couldn't quite identify, like the brush of a breeze or the rustle of an animal moving through the undergrowth. But this was too deliberate, too steady. "I don't hear anything," he said after a moment, returning to his task. He didn't even seem to notice the way the rustling seemed to grow louder, closer. Laura's eyes narrowed. She could hear it now, branches shifting, a soft click, almost like the sound of bones grinding together. The noise seemed to come from all around them, but when she looked, there was nothing. No movement, only the thick, foreboding silence of the woods. Ben gave her an amused glance. "You're imagining things. It's probably just some animal moving around." But Laura wasn't so sure. She had spent enough time in the woods to recognize when something wasn't right. And this felt wrong. The rustling stopped suddenly, and an eerie stillness returned. The air grew colder, and Laura could smell something faintly sulfuric, like burnt matches or rotten eggs. The smell wasn't strong, but it lingered in the air, cloying and unnatural. She frowned, trying to place it. "It's probably the damp air," Ben said, clearly not noticing the peculiar smell. "Come on, let's eat. You're getting jumpy." Despite his reassurances, Laura's unease only grew. She sat down on the log next to him, but her eyes kept darting to the edge of the trees, where she could have sworn she saw something moving, just beyond the reach of the firelight, a dark shadow shifting between the trunks of the trees. The wind picked up for a brief moment, causing the branches to sway in strange, unsettling ways, but as quickly as it came, it died down. And then, everything was silent once again. The moment was broken when Ben chuckled and nudged her with his shoulder. "You're really spooked, huh? You've been reading too many horror stories. There's nothing out there." Laura's response was a nervous laugh, but her heart was still pounding. It wasn't the rustling or the strange smell that bothered her. It was the feeling that something was watching them, something that didn't belong. Later, as they crawled into their tent for the night, Laura lay awake, staring at the fabric above her. The air outside had thickened, and the smell of decay seemed to follow them, creeping through the seams of the tent. Ben's steady breathing beside her did little to comfort her. She could hear nothing but the whispering wind and the occasional distant crack of a branch. But it was the stillness that unsettled her. The absence of the normal sounds that filled the forest. No insects, no animals. And then, just as she was drifting into a restless sleep, a faint rustling stirred outside the tent. Closer this time, deliberate. A soft click. Her heart skipped a beat, and she sat up, eyes wide, straining to hear. The sound grew louder, closer. Something was definitely out there watching. Then, the unmistakable screech. A sound unlike anything she'd ever heard before. A low, high-pitched wail that seemed to vibrate in the air itself. It was like metal scraping against stone, but it was distant, haunting. The hairs on her neck stood on end. She looked at Ben, but he was asleep, oblivious to the strange presence outside. Laura was too scared to move, too terrified to wake him. The sound faded, but the feeling, the sensation of being watched, lingered. It was too real, too close. The next morning brought no relief. The sun had risen high in the sky, but the air still felt heavy. The sky overcast, casting a grey pallor over the forest. The birds remained silent, and the forest still felt off. The air had that same strange weight, as though something unseen was pressing down from above. Laura didn't share her suspicions with Ben, not yet. She didn't want to seem paranoid, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Ben, ever the optimist, simply shrugged it off. "You're probably just not used to the quiet. It's an old-growth forest. Things can feel different." He didn't seem to notice how the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, or how the woods felt strangely empty, like the life had been drained out of them. As they set out to explore the area, Ben led the way, his footsteps firm and sure as he navigated through the dense underbrush. Laura followed, her eyes scanning the trees, the air thick with the smell of decay, faint but persistent. She had the strangest sensation that they weren't alone. Every time she turned a corner or glanced over her shoulder, she saw the flicker of movement at the edge of her vision, just out of reach. By mid-afternoon, they had reached an old cabin. It was dilapidated, its wooden walls weathered and splintered, the roof sagging under years of neglect. The surrounding area was eerily quiet, the forest surrounding it thick and suffocating. The wind had died completely, leaving an unsettling stillness. Not a leaf stirred. Not a single bird called. Ben stepped forward, a grin on his face. "Now this is what I call exploration. Look at this place. Looks like it hasn't been touched in ages. Laura didn't respond. She was too focused on the ground, where she spotted strange markings. Long, deep scratches on the trees nearby, as if something had scraped against them with terrible force. But it wasn't just the marks that unsettled her. It was the overwhelming silence that seemed to follow them. Even the usual insects had vanished. She felt a sharp chill run down her spine as she approached the door of the cabin. Inside, the air was stale, suffocating. Dust covered everything, the remnants of old furniture, rusted tools, broken furniture. But there, tucked in a corner, Laura spotted something odd, a tattered newspaper with a headline that caught her eye. Giant winged creature sighted near Point Pleasant. "Ben," she whispered, kneeling to examine it. "Look at this. It's about the Mothman." Ben rolled his eyes, but as he moved closer to read, the hairs on the back of his neck prickled. Something wasn't right. But it wasn't until they turned to leave that the real horror set in. The forest had grown unnaturally silent once more. The familiar sounds of the wind, the distant call of birds, gone. And then the smell. The same sulfuric stench, lingering in the air like a warning. Before either of them could react, a sudden rustling broke the silence. A loud crack of branches underfoot. Ben froze, looking to Laura for confirmation. She didn't need to say anything. They both felt it. Something was watching them. The walk back to camp from the abandoned cabin had been unsettling in the deepening gloom of dusk. The air, thick and suffocating, pressed in on them as they made their way along the trail. Ben kept glancing over his shoulder, his eyes narrowing, but all he saw was the endless stretch of trees and the creeping shadows beneath the canopy. Laura could feel it too, the watching presence, though she couldn't see it, couldn't place it. But the feeling was undeniable. The Mothman was out there. Ben's skepticism had been shaken, and now it seemed he could sense it as well. Something was wrong. They arrived at the camp quickly, but the feeling of dread that accompanied them was suffocating. The campfire had long since died down to a faint smolder, leaving only a pile of ash where flames had once crackled. The tent flaps hung loosely in the breeze, disheveled and abandoned, and the quiet was unsettling, far too quiet. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. Ben took a deep breath, trying to shake the unease, but when his eyes met Laura's, he saw the fear in them. She couldn't even speak, just a tight, panicked nod that confirmed what he already knew. They had to leave. Ben didn't argue. There was no time for argument. His muscles tensed, as if on instinct. Without a word, he started tearing down the tent. Laura grabbed her bag, hands shaking as she stuffed it full of whatever she could grab. But her mind wasn't on the task at hand. It was on the woods, the suffocating silence, and the feeling, the unnatural sense that something was watching them from the depths of the trees. As they packed, the temperature seemed to drop. What little breeze there had been now felt heavy, biting, like it carried something with it, a subtle metallic tang that she couldn't place, but it made the back of her throat dry and itchy. The smell reminded her of rust, of something decaying. "Ben," Laura whispered, voice cracking with a mix of fear and urgency. "We can't stay here. It's out there." Ben didn't answer. He only moved faster, pulling the tent stakes out of the ground and shoving them into his bag. His eyes were fixed on the edge of the forest, his jaw tight. "I know. I saw it back at the abandoned cabin, but I didn't want to scare you. We must pack. Hurry," he muttered under his breath. The sounds of the woods, usually comforting to the couple after days of hiking, now felt ominous. The faint rustle of leaves in the trees, the snap of twigs underfoot, every noise seemed amplified, echoing in their ears. But there were no birds, no night insects, just silence. As they hurried to finish packing, Ben couldn't shake the image of the Mothman's eyes, the bright, unblinking red glow that had burned into his brain, searing a sense of terror into him like nothing before. The memory of the creature's silhouette, huge and unnatural, the dark shape with the outstretched wings. He had never been a believer in folklore, but tonight had tested his resolve. He pushed the thought aside. They couldn't afford to panic. They couldn't afford to waste time. They had to move. Suddenly the silence was shattered. A creaking sound came from the trees, the unmistakable sound of something shifting, something large and heavy moving just out of sight. The air thickened. The hairs on the back of Laura's neck stood up, and she froze, staring into the darkness, every sense screaming that something was wrong. "Ben," she breathed. "It's here." Ben didn't wait for another warning. He grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the edge of the campsite, toward the trail that led out of the forest. "Move," he said, his voice a low growl, filled with a mix of fear and urgency. They ran. The trail was steep, the ground uneven, and in the pitch black of the night, their only guidance was the dim flashlight that Ben held in his hand, cutting through the trees like a feeble weapon against the growing darkness. But the flashlight didn't feel like enough. Not nearly enough. Behind them, the woods had come alive. The creaking noise had grown louder, more deliberate. Something was following them. At first it was faint, just a rustling, a whisper in the underbrush. Then, as they pushed forward, the sound grew closer. Closer than they dared admit, like footsteps moving in time with theirs. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the snap of branches, the weight of each footstep too heavy, too close, too deliberate. Laura's breathing grew erratic. She could feel it. Something was right behind them. She dared a glance over her shoulder, and there it was, the faintest movement in the trees. A shadow, a figure, looming and large, almost unnatural in its stillness. Her heart skipped a beat, and she gasped. Red eyes gleamed in the darkness, only for a moment, but it was enough. That was all it took. The Mothman. The creature was toying with them. It was moving at its own pace, slowly, purposefully, almost as if it enjoyed watching them struggle. It didn't need to rush. It was confident. It knew they were helpless in its presence. Ben snapped his head back toward the path. "Keep moving, Laura," he growled, but his own voice faltered. Even he could feel the weight of it, the growing realization that the Mothman was stalking them, toying with them. The further they ran, the more the forest seemed to close in on them, the trees pressing in like walls. The ground beneath them seemed to shift, uneven, almost as if it were trying to trip them. Every step felt like it could be their last, but still, they pushed forward. There was no turning back now. They had to make it to the van. But the Mothman wasn't done. It screeched, the sound deafening, like metal dragging across stone. The noise was overwhelming, filling their ears, and sending an icy chill up Laura's spine. They rounded a bend in the trail, and for a moment, Laura thought she could see the clearing ahead. The van. But then the ground seemed to shift beneath her feet. She stumbled, tripping over a root hidden in the dark. Ben caught her just in time, pulling her upright, but their momentum had slowed, and the Mothman knew it. It was closer now, closer than it had ever been. Ben didn't look back. He was already pulling her forward, using every ounce of strength to get her to the clearing. His breath came in ragged gasps as they pushed through the thick underbrush, branches scraping at their arms and faces. But all he could think about was getting out of the woods, getting to the van. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the trees opened up, and there it was. The van, parked at the edge of the woods, a faint glimmer of light spilling from the windows. Ben shoved the door open without hesitation. Laura tumbled inside, her heart racing in her chest. Ben followed quickly, slamming the door shut behind them. The engine roared to life as he slammed the gear shift into drive. The tires squealed as they tore through the dirt path, but neither of them cared about the noise. They drove, faster than they'd ever driven before, never looking back, their eyes fixed on the road ahead. The headlights cut through the trees like a sword, but in their hearts, they knew it wouldn't be enough. In the rearview mirror, the Mothman watched them go. Its glowing eyes burned through the darkness, and as they sped away, they knew it was still out there. Watching, waiting. They weren't safe. Not yet. The drive back home felt endless. The quiet inside the van punctuated only by the hum of the engine and the occasional heavy sigh from Ben or Laura. They had fled the nightmare, but the weight of it was still with them, heavy, suffocating. The world outside their van looked ordinary, calm, and untouched by the terror they'd just survived. The trees, the hills, the open road, it all felt distant, as if they were in a different world entirely. But the memories of the Mothman, of the oppressive dread that had clung to them, were far from gone. Ben kept his eyes on the road, his grip tight on the steering wheel. His thoughts raced, his mind grappling with the events that had unfolded. There was so much that didn't make sense. Had the Mothman been trying to help them? Had it been warning them of the wildfire? The questions spun in circles, and the answers seemed as elusive as the creature itself. Laura sat beside him, her face pale, her eyes distant. She had barely said a word since they left the forest. Her mind was clearly still processing everything they had seen and felt, but she had a nagging feeling, an unsettling sense, that the Mothman had been trying to tell them something. But what? She didn't know, and that uncertainty gnawed at her. When they finally arrived home, the comfort of their familiar surroundings didn't offer much relief. They were both too exhausted, too shaken by what had happened. The house felt eerily quiet, as if it too was holding its breath, waiting for something to break the stillness. As Ben dropped his bag near the door and kicked off his boots, the phone rang, piercing the quiet with its sharp jangle. Laura's heart skipped a beat, still on edge from the tension of the past 2 days. Ben reached for the phone, his fingers lingering over the receiver. Neither of them were ready to talk about what had happened. It felt too unreal. But the ringing wouldn't stop. Ben picked up the receiver with a weary sigh. "Hello? Ben, Laura, finally, you guys actually answered." The voice on the other end was bright, almost too bright for the mood they were both in. It was their old friend David, someone who had known they were out hiking. David had always been a bit of a joker, and the excited tone in his voice made Ben's stomach tighten. "Hey, David," Ben replied, forcing a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, sorry about that. Long trip. We just got in." "Well, I was starting to get worried. I knew you guys were out in the park near Whitley Forest, but I just heard, wait for it. The whole area's been issued warnings for a massive wildfire." David's words tumbled out in quick succession. "They're saying it's spreading fast, and if you're still out there, it's not looking good. I mean, can you believe it?" Ben and Laura exchanged a glance, both of them frozen for a moment. Their blood ran cold. The park. The same park they had just come from. The same park where they had barely escaped the night before. David's voice came through again, this time with a mix of excitement and concern. "Anyway, I'm just glad you guys are okay. I mean, you wouldn't believe how quickly this thing is moving. So, what was it like out there? Did you guys get to see anything cool? Any cool sights? You know, you've got to tell me all about it." Ben's throat tightened. He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Everything they had seen, everything they had gone through. How could he explain that to David without sounding completely insane? And yet, how could he not? What they had survived couldn't just be written off as coincidence. The Mothman, the terror, the overwhelming sense that something more than a creature had been watching over them. It all led to one undeniable truth. They had narrowly escaped something worse than they could have ever imagined. David's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Ben? Laura? You guys still there? Laura finally spoke, her voice soft but steady. David, you wouldn't believe us if we told you. Ben nodded, rubbing his face with his free hand. Yeah, seeing really is believing. But we'll tell you. One day, but not yet. David laughed, clearly thinking they were joking. Come on, you guys. Don't leave me hanging. What's the story? I've heard about crazy stuff happening out there before, but you've got me curious now. Ben glanced at Laura again, a fleeting moment of connection. They both knew what they had seen, what they had survived, and as much as they wanted to share the truth, there was a part of them that wasn't ready for it. Not yet. It's a long story, David, Laura said quietly. And it's not something we can explain in a couple of minutes. But trust us. We're never going back there. David's laughter faltered, his tone dropping to one of genuine concern. Wait, what? You guys are serious? What happened? Laura took a deep breath, her mind flashing back to the nights of terror, to the dark wings that hovered on the edge of their sanity. Let's just say, sometimes you don't know how close you came to something worse until you get out. And sometimes the thing that scares you the most might be trying to save you. Ben finished for her, his voice barely above a whisper. But David, it's real. All of it. We'll tell you more when we're ready, but for now, just trust us. There was silence on the other end of the line, then a soft exhale from David. All right, I get it. But you two better come over sometime soon. We need to talk more, okay? Take care of yourselves, all right? We will, Ben replied, his voice distant. Thanks, David. As the phone clicked off, the couple stood in the quiet aftermath of the conversation, the weight of everything they had experienced, still fresh, still haunting them. They had barely escaped. But the questions remained. What had the Mothman been? A guardian? A harbinger? And why had it spared them? They didn't have the answers yet, but for now they could only hold on to the one truth that seemed to remain. They had lived to tell the tale. Whether anyone would believe it was another story entirely. The night was thick with a heavy fog as the black 1957 Chevy rumbled along Route 62, the engine growling beneath the weight of the cold mountain air. The tires of the car hummed against the asphalt as the two young couples, Linda Scarberry and her husband Roger, along with Steve Mallet and his girlfriend Mary, careened toward their destination, the desolate, forgotten land of the TNT area. It was a remote spot nestled in the hills, known only to locals for its rusting remnants of war, an abandoned munitions plant left to rot in the wilderness. The Chevy's headlights barely sliced through the inky blackness that surrounded them, revealing only the shapes of overgrown trees that seemed to stretch like gnarled arms toward the car, their branches swaying in the wind. Linda sat in the front passenger seat, her eyes darting nervously between the road and the dark, shadowy trees that seemed to follow them. Beside her, Roger gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to ignore the feeling that something was wrong. "We shouldn't be out here," Linda muttered, glancing over her shoulder. "This place gives me the creeps." Roger smirked, trying to hide his own discomfort. "It's fine. Just a little detour. We'll get to the spot, have a laugh, and head back." "Yeah, right," Steve, sitting in the back, added. "This is the perfect place for a scary story. I bet Mary's already freaked out." Mary laughed nervously, clutching Steve's hand. "I'm fine. I guess." The air grew even colder as they ventured deeper into the woods, the radio crackling with static before falling silent entirely. Roger kept his foot on the pedal, the headlights occasionally catching on the twisted, abandoned structures that lay ahead. The old power plant loomed into view as they neared the TNT area, its skeletal frame jutting out of the ground like a jagged, decaying monument to the past. Broken windows stared back at them like hollow eyes, and the eerie silence of the place wrapped around them like a shroud. "We're here," Roger said, his voice strained. Linda's heart skipped a beat as the car came to a slow stop. The air felt dense, suffocating, and she couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. "I don't like this," she whispered, staring into the distance where the dark silhouette of the power plant loomed, its shape barely visible against the night sky. Steve rolled down his window, hoping to snap them out of the growing unease. "Come on, let's just stretch our legs for a minute. You've got to admit, it's kind of cool." Mary reluctantly nodded, and the four of them piled out of the car, leaving the engine running. The chill of the night air stung their skin as they stood on the dirt road, their breath rising in foggy clouds before them. It was then that Steve froze, his eyes narrowing as he looked toward the dark horizon. "What the hell is that?" he muttered, pointing ahead. The others followed his gaze, their hearts skipping in their chests as they saw it. There, standing at the edge of the power plant, were two glowing red eyes, almost as if they were reflecting the headlights of the Chevy. At first, they assumed it was some sort of animal, maybe a deer or some other nocturnal creature. But as they stared, something didn't seem right. Roger squinted, leaning forward. "What is that?" It looks like a person. It's not moving," Linda said, her voice trembling. "I don't like this." The figure was completely still, and its eyes burned with an unnatural intensity. As they stared at it, it slowly began to shift, the red glow growing brighter. Then, with a sudden movement, it disappeared behind the crumbling wall of the power plant. "What the hell?" Steve whispered, taking a hesitant step forward. Before anyone could speak, Linda felt a sharp chill in the air, the temperature dropping so rapidly it almost felt unnatural. The hairs on her neck stood on end, and her heart began to race. "Roger, get in the car, now!" But Roger hesitated, his eyes locked on the spot where the creature had vanished. He wanted to laugh it off, dismiss it as an animal or some trick of the light. But deep down, he knew something was wrong. I think we should go," Roger said, his voice low, almost a whisper. Without another word, he rushed back to the car, throwing the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and Linda slammed the door shut as Roger peeled out, his foot pressing hard on the accelerator. They didn't speak. The only sounds were the pounding of the tires on the dirt road and the occasional hum of the headlights. But then came the sound they all dreaded, the faint rustling of wings. Roger's heart hammered in his chest as he sped down the darkened road, the headlights of the Chevy cutting through the night like a blade. The shadows seemed to grow longer and more twisted the faster they went, the trees pressing in on either side as if they were closing in. Linda's breath came in sharp gasps beside him, her hands clutching the armrest tightly as she kept glancing over her shoulder. It's not gone, is it?" she whispered, her voice tinged with terror. Roger shook his head, the grip on the steering wheel tightening. "No, it's still back there. It's following us." Steve and Mary, sitting in the back seat, exchanged frantic glances, their faces pale. What was that thing?" Steve asked, his voice cracking with fear. "It wasn't human. It couldn't have been." Linda could feel the weight of his words settling like a stone in her stomach. There was something about it, the glowing red eyes, the way it moved, that was unnatural. Even now, as they raced down the road, she swore she could feel it behind them. The car lurched suddenly as someone, flew overhead with a loud rush of air. The others screamed in unison, but Roger didn't flinch. He just slammed the accelerator to the floor, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I can't outrun it," Roger muttered. "It's too fast. We need to get to town." But before he could finish his thought, the dark figure appeared in the rearview mirror, gliding above them, moving with impossible speed. It was no longer a simple shape in the distance. It was now directly behind them, its massive wings cutting through the air with a disturbing rhythm. The creature's presence was suffocating, like an unseen weight pressing down on them all. Linda gasped, her hands shaking as she grabbed the back of Roger's seat. "It's right there." They could hear the swooshing of wings against the air, low and erratic, almost as if the creature was toying with them. Each flap sent a shockwave of fear through Linda's body. It was too close, so close that she swore she could feel the air shift as the creature passed overhead. The car's tires screamed as Roger sped even faster, pushing the Chevy to its limit. But it didn't matter. The creature was still there, and it wasn't letting up. "Faster, Roger! Faster!" Steve yelled, his voice raw with panic. Roger's knuckles were white as he gripped the wheel, his foot pressing harder on the pedal. But no matter how fast they went, the Mothman stayed just behind them, its shadow blotting out the moonlight as it glided effortlessly through the sky. The car shook as the wings of the creature hit the top of the car with a sickening thud. They could hear the scrape of its claws, dragging across the metal, and the sound sent a surge of ice-cold terror through their veins. Mary squeezed her eyes shut, her breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. Please make it stop. I can't stand it." But there was no escape. The creature was relentless, its fiery red eyes burning through the darkness like twin beacons of malevolent force. Every time they glanced at the rearview mirror, the thing was there, its wings beating in a horrible rhythm that echoed in their skulls. And then, as if it had been waiting for the right moment, the Mothman made its move. With a terrible screech that sent shivers down their spines, the creature dove toward them. The car jerked violently as the thing collided with the back of the Chevy, its wings scraping across the trunk. Roger swerved in panic, almost losing control of the wheel as the rearview mirror shattered under the impact. Linda screamed, her voice rising in terror. "It's attacking us!" The Mothman circled the car now, its wings unfurling to their full length as it hovered just above the road, the sound of its wings deafening. They could feel the wind of its movements rocking the car, threatening to send it off the road. Linda twisted in her seat, trying to see behind them. "It's getting closer." Her heart sank as she saw the Mothman's outline in the mirror, its massive wings folding and unfolding like the fabric of a nightmare. It was no longer just chasing them. It was hunting them. "We're not going to make it," Steve said, his voice hollow with fear. His eyes darted between the windows, looking for a way out, but there was none. The road stretched out endlessly before them, and the creature was still hovering, waiting for the right moment to strike. Roger's breath was shallow, his mind racing for any solution, any escape. "I've got an idea," he said, his voice tight with fear. "Hold on." Without warning, he swung the car off the road, heading toward a dirt path that led into a nearby field. The Chevy bounced and lurched over the uneven terrain, the tires kicking up dust and gravel. They could hear the Mothman's wings flapping behind them, but it didn't seem to be gaining. It was still following, but now there was a glimmer of hope that they might lose it in the open space. For a few moments, it seemed like they might actually make it. The Mothman was no longer right on top of them, but then, with a sickening thud, the creature slammed into the back of the Chevy again, this time knocking the car off balance completely. They careened sideways, sliding through the dirt until they were almost facing the wrong way. The car's engine sputtered, and for a moment everything went silent. Linda was gasping for breath, her face pale with terror. She turned to Roger, her voice barely a whisper. "What's happening? Why won't it leave us alone?" Roger didn't have an answer. He was frozen, staring at the dirt road ahead, waiting for the next blow to come. And then it came. The Mothman let out a horrible screech, louder than ever before. It sounded almost triumphant. It dove straight toward the Chevy once again. The car jolted, the tires squealing as Roger wrenched the wheel to the side, trying to regain control. The Mothman's screech echoed in their ears, louder than ever before, as its massive wings beat the air with terrifying force. It felt like the very earth beneath them was trembling with each of its movements. Linda's breath came in ragged gasps, her heart pounding as the creature's shadow loomed over them, a dark, oppressive presence. "It's not giving up," Linda whispered, her voice shaking. Roger didn't respond, his focus entirely on the road ahead. He was driving with a level of panic and determination that was barely keeping them from plummeting off the side of the field. His knuckles were white on the wheel, his foot stamping on the accelerator as they skidded through the dirt. He glanced in the rearview mirror, the blood draining from his face as he saw the glowing red eyes of the Mothman once again. "Hold on tight!" he shouted, slamming the car into a tight turn. The wheels screeched as they slid sideways, narrowly avoiding a massive tree that loomed in the path. But they weren't alone. The creature, with its wings folding and unfurling in the darkness, was still there, keeping pace with them as they barreled through the field. It was faster than any of them had expected, its movements unnaturally graceful, as if it were made to soar through the night sky without effort. "I don't think we can outrun it," Steve screamed, his voice rising in sheer panic. "It's toying with us." Linda could feel the heat of its gaze even as they sped away. The Mothman wasn't just chasing them anymore, it was hunting them, playing a twisted game. Every time they tried to escape, it was right behind them, its wings cutting through the air with unnatural precision. "We've got to do something," Mary cried from the back seat. "We can't just keep running." Linda's mind raced as she looked around, desperate for some kind of escape. In the distance, she saw a small cluster of trees. There was no time to reach town. They were too far from the safety of the roads now. The woods were their only hope. "Roger, head for the trees," she shouted, her voice raw with terror. "Get us to the woods. It'll lose us there." Without hesitation, Roger turned the wheel, swerving hard toward the line of trees. The car bounced through the field, rocks and dirt flying up in all directions. But the Mothman wasn't far behind. It let out another screech, and they could feel the wind from its wings whipping past them as it dove lower, its sharp claws scratching the top of the Chevy. As they neared the trees, the car jolted again, this time harder, the tires losing traction on the rough ground. They were too close, too desperate, and the Mothman was closing in. It was as if the creature was waiting for them to make a mistake, to give it an opening. Linda's heart was in her throat. They had to make it to the trees. They had to. Roger gritted his teeth, slamming the brakes and steering the car hard to the left. The Chevy skidded across the field, tires screeching, and they crashed into the edge of the woods, the branches scraping across the side of the car as they plunged into the trees. For a brief, terrifying moment, everything went dark. The car's headlights flickered and died as the engine sputtered. The sudden silence was deafening. No more screeching wings, no more rushing wind. Linda held her breath. They had made it, at least for now. Did we lose it?" Steve asked, his voice trembling. No one answered. They sat in the dark, hearts pounding in their chests, as if waiting for the Mothman to strike again. But the seconds stretched into minutes, and no sound came from the woods around them. Maybe it's gone," Mary said softly, though her words felt hollow in the silence. Roger, his face pale and sweating, slowly turned off the engine. "I don't think it's gone," he said quietly. "I don't think it's ever really gone." A sudden rustle in the bushes cut him off, and they all froze. Linda's breath hitched as a shadow moved just beyond the reach of the car's headlights. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she instinctively reached for the door handle, but Roger's voice stopped her. "Stay still," he whispered, his eyes wide with fear. "Stay quiet." The creature's glowing red eyes gleamed from the darkness, far too close for comfort. "It's watching us," Linda breathed. "It's waiting." The Mothman circled above them, its wings flapping in the air with a slow, deliberate rhythm. It was closer now, almost as if it had been waiting for them to make a move. The car was a fragile barrier, one that seemed more like a trap with each passing second. Linda could hear her heart thumping in her ears. Every second that passed felt like an eternity. And then, in the quiet darkness, they heard it. A deep, resonant thud, like something heavy landing nearby. The creature was no longer just above them. It was on the ground, moving toward them with terrifying stealth. Linda's pulse quickened. She knew what she had to do. "Roger," she whispered. "We have to move. It's not going to leave us alone. We have to go now." Roger looked at her, his face pale with fear. I know. But as he reached for the gear shift, the car jerked violently again, as if something had collided with the back end. The force of the impact slammed Linda into her seat, and a strangled cry escaped her lips. She whipped around to see the Mothman standing behind them, its massive wings unfurled, its red eyes glowing with an intensity that burned through the darkness. It was here, and it wasn't letting them go. The Mothman stood just beyond the car, its towering figure like a dark specter against the moonlit sky. Its wings rippled in the night air, the immense span casting eerie shadows across the field. Linda's breath was ragged as she pressed herself back into her seat, her eyes locked on the creature as it slowly advanced toward them. Each step it took felt like an eternity, a heavy dread settling over her like a suffocating fog. "Roger," she whispered, barely able to get the words out. "It's not leaving. It's coming for us." Roger's knuckles were white around the steering wheel. His eyes darted from the rearview mirror to the dark silhouette of the Mothman. The sound of the creature's wings flapping was deafening, a low, ominous hum that sent a shiver down his spine. It was too close. They couldn't escape, and they couldn't fight it. The Mothman's eyes glowed like burning embers, fixed on them with an almost predatory intent. It wasn't just watching them, it was studying them. It knew they were trapped. It knew they were terrified. "We're not making it out of here, are we?" Mary asked, her voice barely a whisper. Steve shook his head, his face pale with terror. "I don't think so." The air seemed to grow colder, and the shadows around them deepened. The Mothman's screech pierced the silence, a blood-curdling sound that seemed to rattle the very bones of the earth. It was as if the creature itself were calling to something, summoning some dark force beyond the natural world. "Listen to me," Roger said, his voice hoarse. "We can't just sit here and wait to die. We've got to fight. We have to do something." Linda's heart skipped a beat as she turned to him. "Fight? How?" He looked at her, his eyes wild with desperation. "We can't outrun it, but we might be able to scare it off. Maybe, just maybe. It's not invincible." A sudden surge of adrenaline coursed through her, and for the first time, Linda felt a glimmer of hope. She wasn't sure if it was a logical thought or a desperate one, but she clung to it anyway. If there was even the slightest chance they could get away, they had to take it. "I've got a flare gun," Steve said suddenly, his voice trembling but determined. "We can fire it off. Maybe that'll scare it." Linda nodded, her mind racing. A flare gun. It wasn't much, but it was all they had. She looked at Roger, who was already fumbling in the glove compartment. "Here," he said, handing the flare gun to Steve. "Aim for its eyes." Steve took the gun, his hands shaking as he loaded it. The creature was only a few feet away now, its glowing eyes fixed on them with unnerving intensity. It had stopped moving, waiting, like it was savoring the fear that radiated from the group. "Do it now," Linda urged. Steve didn't hesitate. He aimed the flare gun and pulled the trigger. The flare shot out with a loud hiss, streaking through the air with a burst of bright orange light. The Mothman flinched, its wings snapping open with a thunderous crack as it recoiled from the sudden burst of light. But it didn't retreat. Instead, it let out a deafening screech, a horrific spine-chilling sound that seemed to echo for miles around. The flare burned brightly in the darkness, casting long shadows across the creature's twisted form. For a moment, it seemed to hesitate, its glowing eyes flickering as though it was disoriented by the light. But then, in an instant, it charged forward, its wings beating the air with a terrifying force. "Get out of the car!" Roger shouted, throwing open the door. "We need to make a run for it." But before they could even think about escaping, the Mothman lunged toward the car, its claws outstretched and its mouth open in a silent scream. Linda froze, her mind going blank with fear. The creature's shadow enveloped them as it swooped down, its wings casting a black veil over everything. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. The air went still. The screeching stopped. The Mothman had vanished into the night. For a long moment, no one moved. No one dared to speak. They were all frozen in place, hearts hammering in their chests, waiting for the creature to come back. But the silence dragged on, unnervingly empty. Is it really gone?" Mary whispered, her voice shaking with disbelief. Linda slowly turned her head to look at the others. They were all staring at the empty space around them, the shadows of the trees swaying gently in the wind. She didn't want to believe it. She didn't want to hope. But it felt like the creature had disappeared. For now, at least. "I think so," Roger said, his voice low and trembling. "But we need to get out of here. Now." Without another word, they scrambled out of the car, stumbling over one another as they made their way toward the woods. The fear was still gripping them, but they were no longer afraid of the Mothman's eyes. They were afraid of what it had done to them, what it had made them feel. They didn't look back. They couldn't afford to. The drive back into town was quiet. The only sound the hum of the car's engine and the occasional rattle of the tires on the uneven road. The weight of what they had just experienced hung heavily in the air, a shared, unspoken bond of terror that lingered between them. No one said anything for a long time. Finally, Steve broke the silence. "Do you think anyone will believe us?" Linda shook her head. "I don't know, but I don't care anymore. I just want to get home." They passed the familiar landmarks of Point Pleasant, each one seeming more foreign, more distant, as if they had entered some strange, dreamlike world where nothing was quite real. The sky was still dark, the streets eerily empty, as though the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. As they pulled into the parking lot of Tiny's diner, Linda noticed a few cars parked nearby. People were still out, despite the late hour, driven by the same inexplicable compulsion to see what they had seen. Linda felt a pang of anger, a flash of resentment. How could they go on as if everything were normal? The group parked and made their way inside, where the flickering neon lights cast a harsh glow over the counter and the booths. The diner was nearly empty, save for a couple of locals chatting in a far corner. The moment they stepped inside, the smell of coffee and grease filled the air, but it didn't offer the comfort it usually did. It felt wrong. The waitress looked up as they entered, her eyes widening slightly at the sight of their pale faces and disheveled clothes. "You kids all right?" she asked, her tone laced with concern. Linda couldn't bring herself to speak. She didn't know how to explain what had happened, what they had seen. It felt like a nightmare that no one would ever believe. Roger finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "We need to talk to the police." Days passed since the encounter with the Mothman, but the terror lingered like a shadow over their lives. Linda, Roger, Steve, and Mary had gone their separate ways after their harrowing night, but none of them could escape the unshakable feeling that they were still being watched. It was as if the creature's gaze had never truly left them. The world seemed too quiet, too still, too normal. But in every corner, in every glance they shared, the truth was clear. They had all seen something far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Linda tried to return to her normal routine, but her nights were haunted by nightmares, visions of the Mothman perched on her windowsill, its glowing eyes staring directly into her soul. Each time she awoke, drenched in sweat, her heart pounding, she would remind herself that the creature was gone, that it was over, but the unease never truly left. Roger fared no better. He found himself pacing late into the night, checking the locks on his doors, peering through his curtains at the empty street outside. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed him home, something that was waiting, patient and unyielding. He even began noticing strange occurrences, shadows moving in his peripheral vision, fleeting sounds just beyond the range of hearing, the feeling of being touched when no one was near. Steve, ever the skeptic, tried to convince himself that it was all in their heads, but even he couldn't deny the strange occurrences that plagued him. Objects moved, whispers in the dark, strange dreams that felt all too real. The more he tried to rationalize, the more everything seemed to fall apart. He found himself avoiding the places he once loved, hiking trails, dark forests, and even the highways that led out of town. Mary, though, seemed to change the most. She became withdrawn, her eyes hollow and distant. She would sit for hours, staring out of windows, as though waiting for something to appear. It was as though the Mothman had infected her, had left something inside her that couldn't be shaken off. She spoke less and less, and when she did, her voice was distant, like she was talking to someone far away. One evening, Linda met Roger at Tiny's diner to try and make sense of everything. Neither of them had seen Steve or Mary in days, and the worry was starting to take its toll. "I don't know what to do anymore," Roger muttered, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly. "I keep thinking we'll wake up one day and realize this whole thing was a dream, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels real, too real." Linda sighed, glancing out the window at the empty streets. "It's like we're living in two worlds now, one where everything's normal, and one where, well, where the Mothman's real." The waitress, who had been serving them in silence, suddenly interrupted. "You know, you folks aren't the only ones who've seen it." Linda's head snapped toward her. "What do you mean?" The waitress leaned closer, lowering her voice. "I've heard stories. Strange things happening around here. People disappearing, the sky turning dark, strange figures in the woods. It's been going on for years. People in Point Pleasant know the truth, but they're afraid to talk about it." Roger's eyes widened. "What do you mean, afraid?" The waitress looked over her shoulder as if making sure no one else was listening. "There's a lot more to this town than meets the eye. The Mothman, well, it's not just a creature. It's part of something bigger, something older. And there's a reason why it's drawn to this place. You're not the first to see it. You won't be the last." Linda felt a chill crawl up her spine. "What are you saying? That this thing's been here for years?" The waitress nodded. "Longer. Much longer. It's tied to this town. It feeds off fear, off the dark energy that gathers here. It's a part of this place, and it always will be. Some people say it's a warning, others say it's a curse, but whatever it is, it won't let go." Roger's voice was low, almost reverent. "Then why didn't anyone stop it? Why isn't anyone doing anything?" The waitress hesitated, her face tightening. "Some people have tried, but when you face the Mothman, you realize it's not just a creature. It's a force, a presence, and you can't fight it. All you can do is survive it, and pray it doesn't come back." Linda felt a knot form in her stomach. "It's coming back, isn't it?" The waitress didn't answer, but the look in her eyes said more than words ever could. It wasn't long before the town of Point Pleasant began to change. People who had once gone about their daily routines now moved with a strange urgency, as though something was looming on the horizon, something they couldn't see but could feel. A tension filled the air, and whispers of the Mothman's return began to spread like wildfire. Linda, Roger, and the others tried to keep their lives together, but it was impossible. It was as if the town itself had been infected by whatever evil lingered in the shadows, and no one could escape it. The creature's presence was inescapable, like an invisible weight pressing down on everyone. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind, seemed to carry its name. And then, one night, it happened. Linda was alone in her apartment, staring out the window, when she saw it, a figure in the distance, standing by the trees. She couldn't make out its shape, but the air felt thick, heavy, as though the very earth was holding its breath. Then it moved. Linda's heart pounded as the figure grew closer, its silhouette becoming more distinct in the moonlight. It was the Mothman. She could see its glowing eyes from across the street, its massive wings unfurled, rippling in the wind. And this time, it wasn't alone. There were others, figures emerging from the darkness, moving with unnatural grace, their eyes reflecting the same eerie glow. The creatures were everywhere now. With a scream, Linda bolted from her seat, running toward the door, her mind racing. She couldn't be caught. Not again. Not like last time. But as she reached for the doorknob, it was already too late. The door slammed open with a deafening bang, and there, standing in the doorway, was the Mothman itself. Linda's scream was cut short as the Mothman's claws reached out, grasping her with inhuman strength. She fought, kicking and thrashing, but its grip was like iron. Then with a sudden burst of strength, Linda broke free, stumbling backward. The room seemed to spin as she scrambled to her feet, desperate to find any escape. But the Mothman wasn't interested in killing her just yet. It was toying with her, circling, waiting. And then, in a flash, it was gone. The creature vanished into the night, leaving Linda standing in the middle of her apartment, trembling, gasping for air. She didn't know what had just happened, but one thing was certain. The Mothman had returned. And it wasn't leaving until it had what it came for. Jack, Mitch, Reed, and Danny arrived at the isolated logging camp deep in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, where the dense forest stretched endlessly in every direction, towering pines shrouded in mist. The sky hung heavy with grey clouds, and a constant drizzle fell from the heavens, turning the dirt roads into a slick, treacherous mess. The camp, intended to house dozens of loggers, was nearly abandoned, its empty buildings standing like ghostly sentinels at the edge of the wilderness. "Where is everyone?" Danny asked, his voice breaking the eerie silence as he looked around at the vacant bunks and empty cabins. His voice echoed slightly in the damp air, adding to the unsettling feeling that hung over the place. Mitch snorted and dropped his duffel bag on one of the cots. "Maybe they got better jobs," he said with a dismissive shrug, tossing a glance at the others. "Or maybe they know something we don't." Jack, the oldest of the crew and the quietest, remained still, his gaze fixed on the tree line beyond the camp, as if something there was beckoning him. He'd heard of this place before, whispers of strange happenings that didn't quite add up. The stories didn't sit right with him, and though he wasn't one to believe in folklore, his instincts told him something was off. His gut tightened as his eyes scanned the thick woods, the towering trees almost seeming to press in on him. The others went about setting up the camp, but Jack lingered by the window of the cabin, watching the forest. Something about the stillness of the air, despite the rain, felt unnatural. The wind wasn't moving the trees as it should have. It was as though the world around them had fallen into a stagnant pause. Jack took a deep breath and forced himself to shake it off. They were here to work, not to dwell on whatever nonsense the others might have heard in town. They had a job to do. But Jack couldn't escape the feeling that the woods were watching them, waiting. As the others busied themselves with unpacking and preparing for the day's work, Jack remained at the window, his muscles tense, his senses alert. Something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "Jack, you coming?" Reed's voice called from the doorway, snapping Jack out of his thoughts. "Yeah," Jack muttered, turning away from the window. He grabbed his gear and followed the others out into the drizzle, determined to ignore the feeling gnawing at the back of his mind. The next morning, the damp chill of the rain clung to their skin as the men worked through the day, their movements purposeful and mechanical. Chainsaws roared to life, cutting through the wet trunks of trees with a sharp, rhythmic sound. The air smelled of fresh wood, damp earth, and rain, but there was an underlying musk, something far older, that seemed to seep from the ground itself. The forest was alive with sound, the occasional crash of a falling tree echoing through the wet silence. By midday, they had already downed several acres of timber. Mitch was the loudest of the crew, cracking jokes and getting into the rhythm of the work. Reed was quieter, a man of few words, but a steady worker, constantly scanning the trees as if expecting something to come crashing through the underbrush at any moment. Danny, ever the optimist, kept up his chatter, talking about everything from his favorite movies to the latest gossip in the town back home. But Jack was the quietest, moving through the tasks with a practiced ease, his eyes always flicking to the edges of the forest. His mind wasn't on the trees, but on the strange sense of being watched. He kept his gaze trained on the dense undergrowth, listening to the unsettling silence that seemed to envelope the woods as they worked. They'd finished their first stretch by mid-afternoon, the weather turning colder and the clouds growing darker. Jack's mind, however, hadn't strayed far from the tree line. The sense of unease was growing. He'd seen something earlier, just a flicker, a shape low to the ground, moving unnaturally fast. But when he turned to tell the others, it had vanished. Was it just his imagination? Or had something truly been there? "Where the hell is my axe?" Reed's voice cut through the air, snapping Jack from his thoughts. Reed was crouched low, scanning the ground as he kicked through the mud and debris. "I left it right here," Reed muttered again, his frustration clear. Mitch looked up from where he was sharpening his chainsaw. "Probably got buried under debris," he said, wiping his brow. Danny chuckled from where he was stowing his gear. "Maybe you're seeing things. You've been on edge all day, Reed." But Jack remained silent, his gaze locked onto the forest's edge. That flicker he'd seen earlier, it had been too fast, too deliberate. It was as though something had been watching them, waiting. Jack's muscles were tight with the effort of ignoring the feeling, but he couldn't shake the sensation that something was drawing nearer. The rain intensified, turning into a steady downpour, and the men retreated to the cabin for the night. Inside, the warmth of the stove was a relief, but Jack couldn't shake the cold chill that settled over him. As the hours wore on, the low rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, mixing with the relentless patter of rain against the cabin roof. As they gathered around the stove, the conversation shifted. They had worked hard today, but none of them seemed eager to relax. "So, anyone else heard the stories about this place?" Reed asked, his voice carrying an air of forced casualness as he stirred his coffee. Mitch rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair, stretching his legs out. "You mean the folklore? About some... what? A dogman? Please." Danny, who had been quieter than usual, smirked. "Supposedly, people went missing up here. Said they saw something big. Half man, half wolf. Smelled like death." Jack remained silent, tightening his grip on his mug. The legends of the Dogman. He'd heard them before, whispered by locals and outsiders alike. But there was something about them that never sat right with him. This place. The atmosphere was thick, as though it carried the weight of centuries of forgotten secrets. And if there was one thing Jack had learned over the years, it was that sometimes the stories held more truth than anyone was willing to admit. Reed chuckled, shaking his head. "That's why we're getting paid so much," he joked. "Hazard pay for werewolves." The others laughed, but Jack's laugh was hollow. He couldn't bring himself to join in. There was a weight to the silence in the cabin that made it feel too close, as though the walls themselves were listening. He stood up, leaving the others to their banter, and made his way to his bunk. Outside, beyond the misty tree line, something stirred, its presence just out of sight. Jack couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was out there, watching. And the longer they stayed, the more it felt as though the forest was closing in on them, like a trap, slowly tightening its grip. The rain had not relented by the time night fell. The constant patter against the roof created a rhythm that should have been soothing, but instead it felt ominous, like the ticking of a clock counting down to something Jack couldn't quite grasp. He sat by the stove, his mind far from the heat of the fire, his eyes tracing the shapes of shadows dancing across the cabin walls. The others were quieter than usual. Reed and Danny sat at the table playing cards while Mitch fiddled with his gear. Their laughter and casual banter only highlighted the growing tension that Jack felt. His skin prickled as the silence between words seemed to stretch, like something, or someone, was lurking just beyond the threshold of their perception. "So, anyone else heard the stories about this place?" Reed broke the quiet, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly. Mitch snorted, clearly unimpressed. "You mean the folklore? About some... what? A dogman? Please." Danny leaned in, a mischievous grin on his face. "Supposedly, people went missing up here. Said they saw something big. Half man, half wolf. Smelled like death." Jack clenched his jaw, his fingers tightening around his mug. He had heard the stories before, but they weren't what concerned him. It was the feeling that the woods were watching them, that they were being herded towards something, a fate they couldn't escape. "Jack?" Danny's voice interrupted his thoughts. "You all right?" Jack nodded curtly, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just tired." Reed chuckled, rolling his eyes. "Don't tell me you're spooked by a few old ghost stories." Jack didn't answer. The laughter of the group faded into the background, replaced by the ominous sound of the wind howling through the trees. The storm outside had picked up in intensity, the wind now whipping against the sides of the cabin as though trying to tear it apart. At first, it was nothing more than a faint rustling, the kind that might be explained away by the wind. But then it grew, soft at first, like the snap of a twig underfoot, followed by another and another, each closer than the last. It was something moving through the trees, something that wasn't the wind. "Did you hear that?" Reed asked, his voice low. Mitch froze, his head cocking to one side. "What was that?" Jack was already standing, his hand instinctively moving to the handle of his hatchet. His pulse quickened, a gut feeling he couldn't ignore. He had been trained for moments like this, but nothing had prepared him for the unease gnawing at his insides. "There's something out there," Jack muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The others exchanged uneasy glances, their joking demeanor faltering for the first time. Then, as though in answer to Jack's words, there came a low, guttural growl, deep and throaty. It rumbled through the cabin walls, vibrating in their chests, and the air itself seemed to grow heavier. Reed's face paled, his earlier bravado forgotten. "What the hell was that?" "That wasn't an animal," Jack said, his voice grim. He turned toward the door, his gaze scanning the dark beyond the window. The wind howled again, but this time it carried something else, a faint, high-pitched whistle, almost like a distant scream, cut through the storm. "No one leave the cabin," Jack ordered, his eyes hard. He glanced at the others, and they nodded, understanding the gravity of his tone. They all sat, their eyes fixed on the door, waiting. The sound of the growling seemed to move around the cabin, circling like a predator testing its prey. Jack could feel it in his bones, the sense that something was toying with them, drawing closer with each passing minute. Outside the rain was deafening, but the forest was eerily quiet. No birds, no animals, Nothing. Just the growl getting closer. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the cabin, the walls shaking from the force. It was like something had struck the outside of the building with massive force. "Inside! Now!" Jack growled, grabbing a lantern from the table and handing it to Reed. He wasn't sure what was out there, but his instincts told him that whatever it was not human. Reed fumbled with the lantern, his hands trembling as he tried to light it. The light flickered to life, casting long, dancing shadows across the cabin. Jack's eyes never left the door. He couldn't explain it, but he felt like they were being watched. Not from the forest, but from something else. Something that knew them. Then the scratching began. Slow at first, but gradually increasing in intensity. Something, or someone, was outside, dragging sharp claws across the wooden walls. The noise was bone-chilling, sending a shiver down their spines. "Shut the hell up," Mitch shouted, slamming his fist against the table. "It's probably just an animal, a bear, or some damn raccoons." But Jack knew better. This wasn't normal. There was something out there that shouldn't be, something they weren't meant to understand. Then, as if in response to Mitch's outburst, the growl came again, this time closer, louder, and the door shuddered under the impact of something heavy, slamming against it with such force that the hinges rattled. The growl turned into a scream, a terrible, shrill sound that made their blood run cold. The scratching stopped. A deep silence followed, broken only by the sound of their breathing. Jack took a slow, deliberate breath, his mind racing. He had no idea what this creature was, but he knew one thing for sure. It wasn't going to let them leave easily. The night stretched on, each moment heavier than the last. The following morning, the sun barely filtered through the thick canopy above, casting long, jagged shadows across the forest floor. The previous night's growls still reverberated in Jack's mind as he gathered his gear. His heart was still pounding in his chest. The team moved slower now, their eyes darting nervously to the dense underbrush, their senses heightened to every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves. Reed muttered something about setting up more traps, but his voice was strained, unnerved. They had not spoken much since the attack the night before. Words felt too heavy, too dangerous in this place. Jack, ever the leader in situations like this, didn't need to be told. He was already scanning the area, mentally mapping out the best places for traps, positioning them for whatever was out there. They worked in silence, Jack's trained eyes catching every movement, every change in the wind. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that they finally took a break, sitting on a fallen log at the edge of a small clearing. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and pine. Mitch wiped sweat from his brow. "This place is messed up, man. No wildlife, no birds. It's like the whole damn forest is holding its breath." Jack said nothing, his gaze fixed on the tree line. He had seen this before, an unnatural stillness, an absence of life. It was as though something was driving everything out of the woods. Suddenly, Danny stood up, scanning the opposite side of the clearing. "What's that over there?" Everyone turned to look. Through the haze of mist, Jack saw it, a dark shape moving quickly along the edge of the woods. His heart skipped a beat. "Get down," he hissed. The group crouched, trying to remain unseen as the creature moved closer. Jack's pulse raced. It was fast, too fast for any man or animal he had ever seen. The shape was humanoid, but the way it moved, so fluid and unnatural, made it impossible to fully make out. The hairs on the back of Jack's neck stood up. It knew they were there, just as it always had. His grip tightened on his rifle. "Jack," Mitch whispered, voice quivering. "We stay quiet," Jack commanded. His eyes never left the spot where the creature had been. They waited in complete silence, every muscle taut with tension. The wind picked up slightly, but the forest still felt wrong, unnaturally quiet. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. The creature had vanished into the woods again, but Jack didn't trust it. He knew it was watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. He motioned for the group to move back, slowly and carefully. As they retreated, Jack heard it again, the sound of snapping twigs. The creature was still out there. It was hunting them now. They made their way back to the cabin, their senses on high alert, moving swiftly but cautiously. Each step felt like a death sentence, each breath caught in their throats. By the time they reached the safety of the cabin, dusk had settled, and the forest around them was cloaked in shadows. The wind had picked up, howling like something, or someone, angry. Jack felt it before he saw it, a deep, guttural growl coming from the trees. It was too close, too damn close. Mitch was already reaching for his rifle, but Jack stopped him with a sharp gesture. "Stay quiet." The growl intensified, rising and falling in rhythm, almost like a mocking laugh. Then there was movement, a blur through the trees. Jack's breath hitched in his chest as the creature emerged from the shadows, its glowing yellow eyes reflecting the dim light. It was massive, standing at least 7 feet tall, its fur matted and slick with rain. Reed cursed under his breath, backing up into the cabin. Jack didn't move, though his heart was racing. He could feel it, that same primal instinct urging him to flee, but he wouldn't run. Not yet. The creature snarled, showing rows of sharp yellow teeth. It was like a wolf, but wrong, so wrong. The way it stood on 2 legs, the size of its hands, the way its arms stretched unnaturally long. This wasn't some animal. This was something far worse. "We have to kill it," Jack whispered, voice steady despite the terror flooding his veins. "We need a plan," Mitch hissed, eyes wide. "We don't stand a chance just running in there." "Wait for it to get closer," Jack said, scanning the area. The tripwires would be their best chance to slow it down. "When it gets near the clearing, I'll set off the traps. We need to keep it from getting inside." The group nodded, the reality of the situation settling in. The creature was closing in now, its growls vibrating through the walls of the cabin. It was testing them, testing their resolve. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the creature disappeared into the trees. The tension in the cabin was unbearable. Everyone stood frozen, listening. Jack's instincts screamed at him that it was far from over. They waited and waited. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. The growling had stopped, but Jack knew it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Then, without warning, the creature struck. The sound of heavy footsteps on the cabin's roof caused the men to jump, hearts racing. The roof groaned under its weight as something massive crawled across it, claws scraping the metal. Jack's hand tightened around his rifle. "Stay low," Jack muttered. "It's coming down." The door burst open with a force that shook the cabin. The creature was inside. It had gotten past the traps. Jack barely had time to brace himself before the grenade detonated. The explosion sent a shockwave through the cabin, blasting apart the wooden walls and sending flaming debris in every direction. The force knocked him flat, his ears ringing as the world tilted. Smoke and fire filled the cabin as Jack coughed, struggling to push himself up. His vision blurred, but he forced himself to focus. The beast had been caught in the blast, its massive body thrown against the far wall, half shrouded in the thick smoke. Through the haze, Jack saw Reed, barely conscious, dragging himself toward the door. Mitch lay motionless near the wreckage, his face bloodied. The creature's deep, guttural growl rumbled through the room as it shifted in the darkness. It was still alive. Jack gritted his teeth, his fingers tightening around his rifle. His mind raced. Nothing was working. Bullets barely slowed it down. Explosives weren't enough. If they didn't end this now, they wouldn't get another chance. The fire spread fast, licking up the wooden beams, filling the cabin with an orange glow. Smoke stung his lungs, forcing him to move. He staggered toward Mitch, gripping his arm. "Come on, we gotta go," Mitch groaned, stirring slightly. His eyes fluttered open, dazed. "Jack." Before Jack could answer, a massive clawed hand reached through the smoke. The beast surged forward, its body burned and torn from the blast, but still moving with terrifying strength. Its yellow eyes locked onto Jack, filled with rage. Jack barely dodged as the creature swiped at him, its claws cutting deep into the wooden floor where he had stood moments before. Splinters exploded into the air. Reed had made it to the door, but he hesitated, glancing back. "Jack, move!" Jack grabbed Mitch under the arm, hauling him up with every ounce of strength he had left. They stumbled toward the doorway just as the beast lunged again. A burning wooden beam collapsed from the ceiling, crashing down between them and the creature. Fire roared, cutting off the beast's path. It let out a furious, ear-splitting howl. Jack didn't waste a second. He pulled Mitch through the doorway, stumbling into the cold night air. Reed was already outside, breathing heavily. The cabin was fully ablaze now, flames consuming the walls, the roof, everything. Smoke curled into the sky, embers drifting through the trees. The creature was still inside, its silhouette barely visible through the raging fire. Jack's chest heaved. Was it finally over? The three of them stood there watching, waiting. The fire crackled, the heat pressing against their skin even from a distance. The beast howled one last time, a deep, guttural sound that echoed into the night. Then, silence. Jack's hands trembled. He had hunted monsters before, but nothing like this. Mitch coughed, still shaky. Did we kill it? Jack didn't answer right away. He just kept staring at the fire. Something deep inside him said no. And then, a movement. From the burning wreckage of the cabin, something shifted, something massive. Jack's stomach turned to ice. "Oh, hell," Reed whispered. The beast wasn't dead, and it was coming. Jack's breath hitched as the burning wreckage shifted. Charred wood collapsed in on itself, sending a cascade of embers into the air. Then, a low, guttural growl echoed through the night. From the flames, the beast emerged. Its fur was scorched, patches of raw, blistered flesh exposed beneath the smoldering remains of its thick hide. Its eyes, those hellish yellow orbs, burned with something beyond rage, beyond pain. It was still standing, still hunting. "Run!" Jack's voice was barely above a whisper, then louder. "Run!" Mitch and Reed didn't hesitate. They turned and bolted into the dark forest, Jack right behind them. Branches snapped underfoot, and the cold night air burned in his lungs as he sprinted through the trees. Behind them, the beast crashed through the brush, its heavy footfalls pounding like distant thunder. Jack dared a glance back. The fire had wounded it, but it wasn't slowing down. If anything, it was angrier, more desperate. "Where the hell are we going?" Mitch gasped between breaths. "The river," Jack said. "We lose our scent in the water." The river wasn't far, maybe half a mile, but half a mile was an eternity, with a monster on their heels. Branches clawed at Jack's arms as he pushed forward, his boots slipping on damp earth. Reed was just ahead, guiding them toward the steep slope that led to the riverbank. Then a deafening roar. Jack turned just in time to see the beast lunge at Mitch. It slammed into him, sending him sprawling into the dirt. Mitch let out a strangled cry as the creature's claws raked across his back. "No!" Jack didn't think, he just acted. He raised his rifle and fired. The first shot hit the beast's shoulder, staggering it slightly. The second grazed its side. It barely flinched. Reed was already at Mitch's side, dragging him up. "Move! Move! Move!" The river was close now, the rushing water faintly audible through the trees. Jack fired again, aiming for the creature's eyes, but it ducked at the last second, charging forward with terrifying speed. They reached the slope. Jack grabbed Mitch's arm, helping him down the incline. The river came into view, a dark, churning mass of water cutting through the dense forest. No time to hesitate. Jack leaped, plunging into the icy current. The cold was like 1,000 knives stabbing into his skin, but he forced himself forward. Reed followed, dragging Mitch with him. The river's current pulled them downstream, away from the pursuing monster. For a moment, There was silence. Then, the beast roared in frustration from the bank, pacing back and forth. It wouldn't follow them into the water, not yet. But Jack knew it wasn't giving up, and the fight wasn't over. The current carried them farther downstream, but the frigid water was quickly sapping Jack's strength. He paddled toward the shore, struggling against the icy pull. Reed and Mitch reached land first, dragging themselves onto the muddy bank. Jack followed, collapsing onto his hands and knees, gasping for air. Mitch groaned. "Please tell me we lost it." Jack didn't answer. He already knew the truth. The beast wasn't gone. It was waiting. Reed pulled his soaked rifle strap over his shoulder. "What's the plan?" Jack stared into the dark woods. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, and the night stretched out, endless and watching. Then the sound came, a deep, slow breath, from the darkness just beyond their sight. Jack's grip tightened on his rifle. We end this. They had one chance, one final stand. Running wouldn't work. The town was too far, and Mitch wouldn't make it with his wounds. If they were going to survive, they had to kill it. Jack scanned the area. The river had eroded the bank, leaving a sharp drop-off behind them. If they could bait the creature close enough. "Reed, explosives?" Jack asked. Reed checked his belt. "One charge left. Not enough to blow it apart, but..." Jack nodded. "It'll have to do." They set the trap quickly, wiring the explosive to a fallen tree at the edge of the bank. If they timed it right, they could send the beast tumbling into the river, and with any luck, the blast would finish it off. Then, the growl. It was here. The beast emerged from the trees, its massive form barely visible in the dim moonlight. Its fur was slick with blood, some its own, some Mitch's. It stood on the far side of the clearing, staring them down, waiting. Jack raised his rifle. "Come on, you son of a..." The beast charged. Jack fired. One shot, two. The bullets hit, but the creature barely flinched. Reed held the detonator, sweat dripping down his face. Closer. Closer. Mitch, wounded but standing, raised his sidearm and fired a desperate shot. It hit the creature square in the eye. The beast roared, stumbling, just for a second. It was enough. Jack dove aside as Reed hit the trigger. The explosion ripped through the night. The force shattered the ground beneath the beast, sending it sprawling backward. The edge of the bank crumbled, and the creature let out a final, furious howl as it tumbled into the raging river below. Jack staggered to his feet, watching as the dark water swallowed it whole. The silence that followed was deafening. The three of them stood there, gasping, shivering, waiting for something. Nothing came. Jack exhaled slowly. "It's over." Reed let out a shaky laugh. "I'll believe that when we're home." Mitch groaned. "Next time, let's hunt something smaller." Jack chuckled, shaking his head. "No, next time." But as they turned away, heading toward the distant lights of civilization, none of them saw the ripple in the water. A single clawed hand reaching from the depths, and then gone. If you're reading this, then you already know how it ends. Maybe search crews found my tent. Maybe they followed the claw marks, the blood. Maybe they didn't find me at all. I hope they don't. My name is Nathan Cross. I am, or was, an experienced hiker. I've walked trails across the country, from the Rockies to the Appalachians, from the deserts of Utah to the swamps of Louisiana. I've seen towering redwoods, glacial peaks, endless plains. And I've always loved the woods more than anywhere else. The silence, the way the wind whispers through the trees, the feeling of being truly alone. Not in the lonely way, but in the free, untethered way. I thought I knew the wild. I was wrong. This time, I chose Michigan's Lower Peninsula, a stretch of deep, nearly untouched forest, miles from the nearest town. It was an unmarked trail, known only to locals and the most dedicated outdoorsmen. I had read about it in an old forum post. Someone had mentioned a secluded route near Wexford County, a path that wound through dense pine and hardwood forests, past hidden lakes and forgotten logging roads. No cell service, no human contact. It was perfect. I set out on a Monday, parking my truck on the shoulder of a dirt road before stepping into the tree line. The first day was incredible. The autumn leaves were just beginning to change, golden yellows and deep reds painting the canopy above. The air smelled crisp, fresh, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. I hiked for nearly 8 hours, my pack comfortably heavy on my shoulders, the rhythm of my boots on the ground steady and familiar. By dusk, I had reached a small clearing beside a narrow, glassy lake. I made camp there, setting up my tent just beyond the water's edge. I built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and sat watching the stars blink to life. And that's when I noticed the silence. Not just quiet, true suffocating silence. The kind that makes your ears strain, that makes your heartbeat sound too loud in your own chest. No owls, no rustling leaves, no distant howls of coyotes. The woods were holding their breath. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe the animals had settled in for the night. But the feeling gnawed at me, like I was being watched. Then, from somewhere deep in the trees, I heard it. A howl. It wasn't a wolf, it wasn't a coyote. It was deeper, distorted, almost human. And it was close. I grabbed my flashlight and swept it across the tree line, but the beam caught only swaying branches and shifting shadows. Nothing. But I could feel it out there, just beyond the light, watching. I told myself to sleep. It was probably nothing. Probably. But I had never felt fear like that before, and I had no idea that it was only the beginning. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, throwing faint, flickering light against the walls of my tent. I lay inside my sleeping bag, eyes open, staring at the fabric ceiling above me. My heartbeat felt too loud, too fast. I told myself it was just nerves, that my mind was playing tricks on me, but the woods were still too quiet. I turned onto my side, listening. The howl I had heard earlier still echoed in my memory, that unnatural, warped cry that had set every instinct in me on edge. My flashlight was within arm's reach, and I found myself gripping it without realizing. Then, a crunch. Soft, deliberate. A footstep. Somewhere just beyond my tent. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. I strained my ears, listening for anything more, but the silence pressed down around me once again. My first thought was a bear. But bears weren't stealthy. A deer. No, the step had been too heavy. Too precise. I reached slowly for the knife I always kept in my pack. My fingers found the handle, curled around it. I listened. Another step. This time, closer. I sat up, careful to make as little noise as possible. My pulse pounded in my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to stay still, to wait, but I had to know. I clicked on my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The beam cut through the darkness, sweeping across the trees. Nothing. The lake was still, smooth as glass. My fire had nearly died out, casting long, shifting shadows. I held my breath and listened. Silence. I let out a slow exhale. Maybe it had just been my imagination. Maybe the woods weren't as quiet as I thought, and I was just hearing the normal shifting of the forest. Then I saw them. Eyes. Reflective, like an animal's, catching the light from my dying fire. They were low to the ground at first, near the base of a tree, staring directly at me. Then they rose. Higher, higher, too high. I slammed the tent zipper shut, my hands shaking. My breath came in short, panicked bursts. What the hell had I just seen? No animal stood that tall. And those eyes, there was something wrong about them, something aware. For what felt like hours, I sat there, gripping my knife, flashlight clutched in my other hand, listening for any movement. But there was nothing. Just the endless, suffocating quiet. Eventually, exhaustion won. My head grew heavy, my limbs sluggish. I lay back down, forcing my eyes shut. But as I drifted into uneasy sleep, one last thought echoed in my mind. It was watching me, and it wasn't afraid. The sun had barely risen when I woke, the faint light struggling to push through the thick canopy above. My mind swam in a haze, confusion mixing with the terror that had crept into my bones the night before. I pushed myself to sit up, my body sore and stiff from the uncomfortable sleep. I still clutched my flashlight in one hand, and the knife was tucked under the edge of my sleeping bag. I stared at the forest through the small crack in the tent. The trees stood still, motionless, bathed in the pale morning light. For a moment, it felt like everything had returned to normal. The silence was gone, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves in the morning breeze. Birds were beginning to call out in the distance, and the forest felt alive again. But that one thing remained. The eyes, the image of those eyes, glowing in the dark, too high, too unnatural, burned into my mind. I knew what I had seen. It wasn't a deer or a bear or any animal I had ever encountered in all my years of hiking. Whatever it was something else, something that didn't belong in the woods. I stood slowly, careful not to make too much noise, and packed up my gear. The morning passed in a blur of mechanical movements, my mind too focused on what lay ahead. I couldn't stay here, not after what I had seen. I shoved the tent into its bag, packed my things, and grabbed my backpack. The trail ahead twisted into the thick of the woods, and though I knew it would be a long, hard hike back, I had to get out of here. The air had changed since last night. It felt heavier, charged with something unseen, something I couldn't name. I took my first few steps toward the trail and stopped dead in my tracks. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but as I approached, the reality hit me like a punch to the gut. A mark. Carved into the bark of a tree just off the trail, in what could only be described as a deliberate fashion, was a symbol, a crude, jagged marking. It looked almost like an animal's claw had scraped through the wood, but it was too controlled, too precise. A circle was gouged into the trunk, and inside the circle, deep gouges ran vertically, like someone, or something, had taken care to scratch it deeply. It was fresh. I looked around, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, the breath in my lungs tight with fear. The woods felt different now, darker somehow. The wind had stopped, leaving only the oppressive stillness. I stepped closer to inspect the mark, but the air around me seemed to thicken, like the trees themselves were closing in. The hairs on my arms prickled as I stood frozen, staring at the carving. And that's when I heard it, a soft whisper. Not from the wind, but from the trees themselves. A low, guttural murmur that was unmistakably human. I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest, but the forest remained silent. No eyes watching, no sounds of movement, nothing. I was alone, or so I thought. I took a step back, heart racing. The mark was not some random scratch. It was a message, a warning. But what was it warning me about? I wanted to turn and leave, but a sudden noise from the forest stopped me. Another crunch, just like last night. But this time, it was closer. Too close. I swung around, flashlight shaking in my hand, the beam cutting through the dense woods, but I saw nothing. Just the dark shadows of the trees stretching far beyond where the light could reach. Then, from behind me, I heard it again. The whisper. It was closer this time. I could feel it, like a presence brushing the back of my neck. I turned slowly, shining the light around, trying to find the source. but the beam only revealed the trees and the path behind me. Nothing. The whisper continued, louder now, more distinct. It wasn't a voice, but something worse. It sounded like an animal mimicking speech. Broken, fragmented words that didn't make sense. I couldn't stay here any longer. I had to get out. I took a deep breath and forced my legs to move, turning back to the trail. But the trail seemed different now. The trees that had lined the path before now felt like they were closing in, narrowing, pressing me forward. Another crunch from behind. I couldn't stop. I couldn't look back. I forced myself into a run, adrenaline pumping through my veins, my breath ragged and sharp in the cold air. The woods around me seemed to shift, like the trees were bending toward me, stretching toward my every step. My mind raced, desperate to make sense of everything. But then I saw it, the lake. The same glassy water where I had camped the night before. I'd somehow ended up in a loop, back at the same place, as if the forest had tricked me into returning. I glanced around, breath caught in my throat. The trees were still, but I could feel something watching me from the edge of the woods. I backed away from the water, scanning the tree line. My flashlight flickered, its beam weak and unsteady. I needed to make it to the road. I needed to get out. But the moment I turned to leave, I saw it, a figure, standing just beyond the trees, partially hidden by the thick branches. It was too tall, too wide, its shape unsettlingly wrong. And then the eyes, those damn eyes, glowed from the darkness, like twin beacons, watching me. And in that moment, I knew it wasn't a man. It wasn't an animal. It was something else entirely. Something that shouldn't be in this world. I turned and bolted. My feet pounded against the ground, the underbrush snapping under my weight. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't stop running. But the sound behind me grew louder. It was close, too close, and that's when I heard the howl again. But this time, it wasn't a howl. It was a laugh. My legs burned as I pushed myself harder, each step taking me further away from the figure at the edge of the trees. But the sound of that laugh, a deep, guttural mockery, echoed in my mind, clawing at my sanity. The woods, once so familiar and peaceful, had transformed into something monstrous, a labyrinth of shadows and dread. Every snap of a twig underfoot, every rustle of leaves in the wind, made my heart jump in my chest. I didn't dare to look back. I could feel it, though. The weight of its presence. The way the air shifted around me, thick with something I couldn't name. It was closing in. I could hear it just behind me. Its footsteps moving with precision, too quiet to be human, too deliberate to be animal. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, the path jagged and overgrown, but I forced myself to keep running. I was losing my sense of direction. I'd passed the same rock twice, and the trees now seemed to have shifted positions, their shadows longer and more twisted than before. Panic surged within me as I realized this wasn't the forest I had been walking through earlier. It was as though the woods themselves were alive, shifting to trap me. I stumbled and fell to my knees, breathless, disoriented. I looked around, my flashlight swinging wildly, but everything seemed wrong. The trees seemed closer, the darkness more oppressive. I couldn't escape. I was caught in this nightmare, unable to tell if I was still in the same forest, or if the forest had become something else altogether. The laugh came again, louder now. It wasn't just a laugh, it was a voice that was simultaneously deep and hollow, as if it came from the very earth itself. It made my skin crawl, my blood run cold. "Are you lost, Nathan?" the voice whispered, though I couldn't tell if it was coming from the trees, the wind, or inside my own head. "You shouldn't have come here." I froze. The air around me seemed to thicken, suffocating me with its weight. I could feel the very earth under my feet pulsing, like the ground was alive and breathing. My pulse thudded in my ears, drowning out everything else, as I slowly raised my flashlight toward the sound. There, standing in the shadows between the trees, I saw the shape again. Not quite human, but too tall, too wrong. Its form was vague, shifting in the dim light. But its eyes, those eyes, glowed from the darkness, two pale orbs reflecting the faint light of my dying flashlight. I backed away, stumbling over a fallen branch. My heart raced as I tried to steady myself. What are you? My voice came out in a hoarse whisper, barely audible over the pounding of my heart. The figure stepped forward, its movements slow, deliberate. The laughter died down, replaced by a deep, rasping breath that felt like it came from the very ground beneath me. You already know, the voice answered, its tone impossibly low, like a voice within my bones. I've been watching you, Nathan. You're mine now. The coldest chill ran down my spine, and before I could react, a deafening roar shattered the silence. It wasn't an animal's roar. It wasn't anything I had ever heard before. It was a noise that seemed to tear through the fabric of reality itself, vibrating the air around me, rattling my teeth. The world seemed to blur at the edges as I turned and ran again, faster this time, my legs moving almost on instinct. The roar faded, but the presence was still there, closing in, chasing me with unnatural speed. My flashlight flickered out completely, leaving me in total darkness, but I didn't dare slow down. Every step felt like an eternity, every branch and twig underfoot threatening to trip me, to slow me down. I reached a clearing, gasping for breath, my eyes wild, trying to make sense of the shadows that danced around me. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, the sky above nearly black, and then I saw it. The trees had cleared, and I was standing at the edge of a vast ravine. The cliff dropped steeply, far down into an abyss of blackness, and there at the edge of the cliff stood a figure. Not the shape I had seen before, the one with the glowing eyes, but something else, something older, taller. Its limbs were long and twisted, its body covered in ragged fur that seemed to shift like the shadows. Its eyes, red and piercing, locked onto mine. I had no idea how it had gotten there so quickly, but now it didn't matter. I backed away from the edge, my breathing shallow and erratic. The creature stepped forward, its heavy footfalls echoing through the clearing. I could feel its presence now, like a weight pressing down on me, suffocating me. Its eyes never left mine, watching, studying, waiting. "You can't escape," it whispered, its voice like the crackling of dry leaves. "Not here. Not in my woods." I took another step back, my eyes darting around desperately for some way out, but there was nothing. No way forward, no path to take. The forest seemed to have closed in completely, the walls pressing in on me from all sides. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure moved. I didn't see it coming. One moment, it was standing at the edge of the ravine, and the next, it was in front of me. So close I could smell the stench of rotting flesh on its breath. Its twisted form loomed over me, and I could feel its claws, like iron, brushing against my skin. I froze, paralyzed by fear. My mind screamed at me to move, to do anything, but my body refused to obey. The creature lowered its head, its eyes glowing with a twisted kind of satisfaction. "You've been marked," it murmured, its voice so close I could feel the vibration in my bones. There is no escape from me now. The world went black as its claws sank into my shoulder. I don't know how long I was out. It could have been minutes, hours, days. Time lost all meaning once the creature's claws sank into my shoulder. It felt like the darkness wrapped itself around me, smothering my senses, pulling me into a void where nothing made sense. But when I woke, I wasn't where I had fallen. The first thing I noticed was the cold, It was a sharp, biting cold that seeped through my clothes and into my bones. The kind of cold that felt unnatural, like it was waiting for me to freeze from the inside out. My breath came out in white clouds, but there was no warmth to be found, not even from the blood that was still dripping down my arm. I tried to move, but my body felt heavy, like it was being held down by invisible hands. My head was spinning, and the world around me wavered, as if I was caught between two realities. Then I heard it. A sound like whispering. 1,000 voices murmuring at once, distant yet close. The words were unintelligible, like fragments of lost languages, but they echoed in my skull, buzzing with a low hum. I forced my eyes open. The world before me was a blur of grey and black. I was no longer in the clearing. The trees had vanished, replaced by towering stone walls that seemed to rise from the earth itself. The ground beneath me was hard and cold, like a cave floor, and the air smelled stale, like it hadn't been disturbed in centuries. I tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness hit me, and I had to lay back down. My mind was scrambling for something familiar, something to anchor me in this nightmare, but there was nothing. The stone walls, the whispering voices, the unnatural cold, none of it made sense. And then I felt it again. The presence. It was close. So close that I could almost feel the weight of its gaze pressing into my skull. I wasn't alone. The thing that had attacked me, the creature that had mocked me, was here. Somewhere. "You're not dead yet," a voice whispered, as though from within the very stone walls. It was familiar, but distorted, like it had been twisted by the hollow space around us. Not quite. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry, cracked. The words wouldn't come. My mouth felt full of dust, and I gagged as I tried to swallow. "You're in my world now," the voice continued, growing closer. "A place where the living and the dead are tangled, where there is no escape." Suddenly there was movement. A shadow darted across my vision, and my heart leaped into my throat. I shot upright, my senses on high alert. It was there, in the corner of my vision, just out of reach, standing in the dark, the creature. Its form was twisted, writhing in the shadows, but now it had a shape, a face, not quite human, not quite animal. It was like something in between, a mockery of both. Its eyes glowed with a pale, sickly light, and its mouth was stretched into a grin that seemed to stretch forever, sharp teeth gleaming in the darkness. I tried to move again, to crawl away, but my legs felt like they were made of stone. The cold was numbing, and the fear gripped me tighter, each breath I took harder than the last. The creature's laughter echoed in my head, loud and grating. "You don't know what you're dealing with, Nathan," it said, its voice coming from every direction at once. "You came to my woods, and now you belong to them, to me." It stepped forward, its form gliding through the darkness, so fluid that it seemed to melt into the stone around it. I could feel its eyes on me, feel its breath like ice against my skin. "You'll never leave this place," the creature murmured. "Not alive. Not ever." I was paralyzed. I couldn't move, couldn't think. The weight of its gaze was suffocating, and the whispering voices around me grew louder, drowning out all thought. I was trapped in a nightmare, a hollow between worlds, and I couldn't wake up. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature was gone. The cold lingered, but the oppressive weight of its presence lifted. The whispering voices faded into the background, and for a moment, there was nothing but silence. I didn't dare to open my eyes. I couldn't. I was too afraid of what might be waiting for me if I did. But slowly the terror began to fade. The darkness wasn't as thick as before. The air, while still cold, wasn't quite as suffocating. The stone walls seemed less oppressive. When I opened my eyes again, I wasn't in the hollow anymore. I was back in the forest. But the forest was different. The trees were twisted, their trunks bent at unnatural angles. The ground was soft, like wet earth, but it felt wrong, like the very land had been tainted. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of decay. And there, standing in front of me, was the creature. It was no longer a shadow, no longer a mere presence in the dark. It was real, solid, its twisted form towering above me, eyes glowing with that same sickly pale light. "You are still mine," it whispered, its voice a low rasp. "You always will be." I backed away, my mind reeling. Was this real? Or was I still trapped in some kind of twisted dream? Some kind of hell? "Run," the creature said, its grin widening. "Run, Nathan. But remember, no matter where you go, I'll always be right behind you." And I knew in that moment that it was true. There was no escaping this, no running from it. I was trapped in its world, in its hollow. It was watching me, always. And it would never let me go. I didn't wait to think. I ran. The creature's laughter echoed in my ears, a twisted, mocking sound that made every nerve in my body scream in terror. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stand still, couldn't wait for it to catch me. The air was thick, humid with decay, and the twisted trees seemed to close in on me as I stumbled through the underbrush. The ground was uneven, shifting beneath my feet, as though the very earth itself was conspiring against me. I couldn't think. I couldn't focus on anything but the one thing that drove me forward: survival. The sound of footsteps, too heavy, too deliberate, came from behind me. The creature was following. I could hear it, feel its presence looming over me. It wasn't even running. It didn't need to. It was always there, just out of sight, like a shadow stalking me through the night. Every time I dared glance over my shoulder, it was just a blur, its glowing eyes flashing through the dark, watching me, waiting. But the sound of its movements grew closer, always closer, until the silence swallowed it up again. I tripped over a root and fell hard onto the ground, my hands scraping against the rough earth. I gasped for breath, trying to push myself up, but the weight of exhaustion was too much. My legs felt like lead, my heart thudding in my chest, each beat growing more painful than the last. I could hear it now, its heavy breathing, just a few feet behind me. "No, no, no, no," I whispered to myself, scrambling to my feet. I was too slow, too weak. Then, just as I thought I couldn't take another step, a voice, quiet, almost drowned out by the pounding of my heart, cut through the air. "Go to the clearing." I froze. It was a voice, faint but distinct, human. Or at least, it sounded human. But who else could be out here in this hell? The thing that had attacked me was no longer just a thing in the shadows. It was part of this place, part of the forest. There was no one else. But the voice spoke again, this time more insistent. "Go to the clearing. It's the only way." The clearing. My mind was racing. Where? What clearing? I didn't know what to trust anymore, but something about the voice felt real. It felt like a lifeline. Without thinking, I darted toward the sound, pushing through the trees, my feet moving on instinct. The shadows around me deepened, the whispers rising again, pressing in from all sides. But I kept moving, focused only on the voice, the clearing, the one place that might hold a chance, however small. The air grew thinner as I ran. My breaths were ragged, my body screaming at me to stop, to rest, to let the darkness take me. But I couldn't. Not yet. Not while there was still hope. And then, through the thick foliage, I saw it. A small patch of moonlight. A clearing. It was just ahead. A place untouched by the decay that had overtaken the rest of the forest. A small, open space bathed in silver light, with tall grass swaying gently in the breeze. It was so still, so peaceful, that for a moment I thought I had imagined it. But then the voice came again, this time clearer, more defined. Step into the light. The light. That was it. I didn't know what would happen if I followed the voice, but I didn't have a choice. I had already seen what awaited me in the darkness. I stumbled forward, pushing through the last of the trees and into the clearing. As soon as my feet touched the grass, everything changed. The air, heavy and oppressive, lifted. The whispers stopped. The oppressive feeling of being watched, of being hunted, faded, leaving only the soft rustling of the wind in the trees. I stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. But then I saw it. At the edge of the clearing, standing just out of the light's reach, was the creature. Its form was darker here, more defined in the shadows, but it was still unmistakable. The twisted face, the glowing eyes, the unnatural grin. And for the first time since I had entered this nightmare, I wasn't afraid, not in the way I had been before. The creature didn't move, didn't advance. It just stood there, watching me. And then, for the first time, it spoke. "You're safe here. For now." I didn't understand. I couldn't understand. But I knew one thing. The creature wasn't interested in me anymore. Not like before. It wanted something else. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. I hadn't planned on speaking, hadn't even known if I could, but the question had come unbidden. The creature's grin widened, its eyes flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. "You're not the one I'm after," it said, its voice now soft, almost regretful. "But you will be soon enough." I didn't want to ask what it meant. I didn't want to know. But as I stood there, frozen, watching the creature in the moonlight, I realized one terrifying truth. I wasn't alone. Not in the way I had thought. This wasn't just a creature hunting me. It was part of something bigger, something far more ancient, something that lived in the very bones of the earth, something that would never let me go. The creature took a step back into the shadows, its eyes never leaving me. "You should have never come here, Nathan. This place, it's not meant for the living. I wanted to run, to flee, but I couldn't. My legs wouldn't move. My body was numb. My mind a swirl of confusion and dread. I was trapped. Trapped in a world that wasn't mine. A world where nothing, not even the light, could save me. The air was thick with dread, pressing against my chest, making every breath feel like an effort. My feet remained rooted to the spot, as though the earth itself was holding me here, forcing me to witness whatever it was the creature wanted me to see. It was only now, standing in the clearing, that I understood the weight of the forest's true nature, the force that had pulled me into this nightmare. The creature's eyes never wavered from mine, their unnatural glow casting an eerie reflection on the surrounding trees. It didn't move toward me, but I felt the hunger in its gaze. It wasn't done with me yet, but it wasn't alone. As I stood there, unable to tear my eyes away from the monstrous figure, the shadows around the clearing began to stir. At first it was subtle, a shift in the trees, a rustle in the undergrowth. Then slowly, figures emerged. Others like the first, their outlines dark and hazy, their glowing eyes just as piercing. The woods, it seemed, were alive with them. "Do you see it now?" The creature's voice was low, almost mournful. "This is what you've walked into. A place forgotten by time, a place where things like me and mine still roam. We are its keepers." I wanted to scream, to run, but my voice was trapped in my throat. My body trembled, frozen under the weight of their presence. There was no escape. Not here. Not now. The creature tilted its head, its grin widening in a way that made my stomach churn. "You were always meant to be here. All of you. The forest knows who belongs and who doesn't. And you came looking for something, didn't you?" I wanted to deny it, to say that I didn't understand. but deep down I knew. The forest had called to me, drawn me in with promises of solitude, of peace, of nature in its purest form. But I had been wrong. There was no peace here, only shadows, hunger, and a twisted form of something ancient and cruel. "You're not the first," the creature continued. "Others have come, but you're different. You're more than just prey. You're the offering." The others stepped forward, their eyes glowing brighter now. There was no escape. The darkness was swallowing me whole. I looked around one last time, searching for any sign of hope, anything that could save me. But the trees were closing in, the light of the moon fading as if the forest itself was devouring it. I was alone, surrounded by shadows, and the voices of the lost echoed in the back of my mind. The creature's voice broke through the silence again, but this time there was something final in it. "It's time." I tried to scream, tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The darkness closed in around me, and the last thing I saw were those eyes, those piercing, glowing eyes, staring into my soul.